Today in Hampton is a owner's representative. The engineer record and all the prints on computer couldn't access them. So he says, by any
I
chance you have
just
the
assumed
prints
so.
in paper because we needed concrete specs for entrained air and stuff. He was scrambling. Something to be said for,
That's one.
yeah,
Then
no, it really is.
you came a lot closer with them.
Peter not here tonight.
We're gonna try and
You with
convince him
me.
that he needs to run it soon.
Really?
Yeah, technology. And the kids just pick it up. I mean,
Oh, it's
second nature.
no,
Right.
second, it's crazy how it just is so ingrained in them.
Even, my grandkids.
Really?
Stuck an iPad up. Bing, bing, bing.
That's all they do.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, everything's
What you do.
that way. Everything's that way.
Good, you?
Just follow.
How's your house?
So read
Oh,
this.
God.
and then just
Good,
follow it, so the call to
yeah.
order-
The big issue right now is
order
they
act.
can't get an appraiser out there until the
Oh,
closing
God,
day.
it's time. Should we
So
ask
that's
Peter
gonna
if
be
he wants to
delayed.
do this? Just
So that's just, but it's okay. We're gonna rent back
Just go
anyway,
Yeah.
by
so
this.
How long you gonna stay?
till March. Till March.
Can look for someplace in the area.
After we'll do this, I don't
No.
need
I don't think so. You never know.
this even checks.
We're up in the air about.
He said last night, he asked me if I was gonna be, and
Honest
so
with
I thought he was here. Yeah,
I think we should ask.
If you do stick around, you know what my hopes are.
I heard, you did tell me that.
Peter still wants to stay.
Sure.
Are we sure? Because we've spoken. He did? Okay, we're gonna start. Actually, before we start though, I do want to do a moment of silence. That's before the meeting starts,
Sure.
correct? Okay.
In honor of Ed Engler.
Yes. Thank you for coming, everybody. Before we start the meeting, I would like to do a moment of silence in honor of our former mayor, Ed Engler, who did so much for this city. Thank you. I do want to let everybody know, my name is Stacy Susie. I am the vice chair. Our chair is not feeling well tonight, and I apologize for the multitude of mistakes that I am probably going to make. I ask for your forgiveness and patience, and we will try and muddle through this in as fair and kind a way as possible. Can I start now? Okay. I do need to read. Because we do have Zoom participants, this may be a little lengthy. Tonight's meeting will be held in person in the notice meeting room in conformance to New Hampshire RSA 91A. A quorum of the board's members must be physically present, which we have to start. The public can choose to attend and participate in person or by Zoom. If something occurs that disables access to Zoom, the meeting will continue regardless, and members of the public or board members using Zoom will have no recourse. Choosing to use Zoom is done at the individual's risk. Using Zoom requires the use of an enabled device. To participate on Zoom, use the following link, zoom.us/join. Webinar ID is 890-8040-6242. To listen only, call 1-646-558-8656 or 1-301-715-8592. Using this option only allows you to listen to the meeting with no opportunity to participate. To view this meeting, YouTube under the City of Laconia, www.youtube.com/LaconiaNH. We do have a board member using Zoom. You must identify your location and if anyone else is in the room with you. I believe all votes will be taken by roll call. And we are temporarily suspending live transmission of city meetings on channel 26. So could I have a call to order at 6:36? Mistake number one,
Roll call.
please.
Peter Burnett,
Present and alone.
Scott McWilliam,
Present.
Kirk Biatti,
Here.
Sarah Jenna,
Here.
Rich McNeil,
Present.
Mike Delavecchio,
Here.
Bruce Cheney,
Here,
Susan Hodgkins. Here. Stacy Susie.
Here. Our recording secretary is Clena Graham, and our staff in attendance is Dean Trefethan and Rob Mora. Is everybody okay with the minutes from last meeting? Going to assume that's yes. Going to declare the minutes accepted. And we're moving right along to the first item looks like it is an extension, and I believe our applicant is on Zoom. This is on Scenic Road, a request to extend the approval to construct 3 structures with 72 condo units.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Could you state your name, please?
yes. Chris Dupree for the applicant Aqua Waterfront LLC. This property is located on Scenic Road. I've appeared before the board on this matter many times, but for those that may have not heard, I'll just give a brief history. When the parent company Southworth Development invested into the then Aqua Soleil or Aqua Vista properties back in 2007, we spent a few years concentrating on finishing up the infrastructure in the single family development. And then we started to look at our land holdings along Scenic Road and starting to develop those. The development of properties there, which includes the original townhome project, which is the 19 units developed on the Look Off Rock Motel site, and then Bluegill Lodge, which is the multifamily, and then some more townhomes along the way. Along with the project that's in front of you this evening, those all required extension of the infrastructure up Scenic Road to service these properties. So I think it was 2010 we started the approval project on this project, the lodges, and that was about at the same time frame as the townhomes were taking place. So because of the magnitude of the projects in the overall development cost to extend the water and sewer and sidewalks up to this site, we had to plan to develop a number of units. It wasn't just going to be the 19 townhomes that could support that level of infrastructure development. So the lodges was the first project that we permitted, and then subsequently over the years have moved through the various other phases. Once we got the lodges approved, our priorities shifted a little bit, in that we started to look at the smaller scale projects, the townhomes. Then we built one of these buildings, which is now Bluegill Lodge on the west side of Scenic Road. That was developed that was completed in 2015 and is now sold out and fully occupied. And then we had a couple of other parcels that we did some infill development on as well. But we shifted our priorities a little bit away from this larger scale project. We developed the Bluegill as kind of a test case, if you will, to see how the market would accept this product. It took, that was completed 2015. It took a little longer than anticipated. And as some on the board, may remember, we've faced a number of different challenges over the years, whether it would be the timing and putting together the financing and the construction. This is an expensive project to build. And we've never really been able to quite sort that out. I remember an appearance a few years ago, and we were struggling with how to get the construction side of it to work from a budget standpoint. And, then the pandemic hit and all plans went on hold for a while. And, in hindsight, now we would have loved to have had all of those units available on the market. So, a long story short, we're still in the same spot. We invested a substantial amount of money to work through the approval process for this project. Again, a substantial investment in getting the infrastructure up to the site where it's, literally ready to tap into. And we haven't been able to work out the construction side of it through a couple of different scenarios. We are now entertaining some new conversations with folks as a potential joint venture partner to help us push this, further ahead and get it to market. So, I'm back tonight. We did receive our zoning extension last month, so we're in compliance with zoning through January, I think it is. And, we would ask one final time if we could be granted an extension on this project to try to bring it to fruition.
Okay, thank you. Questions, right? Any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
Chris, are these structures, these three structures, and pardon me because I wasn't here for the original application, are they 4-level structures like the lodge that is that's there now?
They are, yeah, is currently designed. They're virtually an identical building to what you see there.
Thank you.
The motion, right?
I just went, does staff have any commentary on this?
There's no reason not to extend. Nothing has changed in the area from a zoning or regulation standpoint.
Okay. I always like to hear from you, so thank you. I'll make a motion.
Excellent.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, please.
I would recommend that we grant the extension that they're requesting for 63-99 Fletcher Lane.
Excellent. Thank you. Motion by Charlie St. Clair and second by Kurt. Okay.
I didn't give the PL and all that stuff, but I figured we're good.
I think we are moving right down
You need to take a
Got a
vote.
vote.
Please, Chair.
sorry,
All right, and
all those in favor?
We have to
do
verbal.
no, Peter's off, so
Oh,
Peter,
okay.
Peter has dropped off, so you do not need to
Oh, good.
do roll call. So hand vote only.
So I've been abandoned. Okay, so all those in favor? Vote is unanimous. You,
Thank you.
thank you. It will get smoother as we go. Now I think we can move to the next item, which is 674 Main Street, a proposal to change second floor commercial to 2 residential units. Is the applicant here?
Good evening. Jonathan Ferrante, applicant and owner of 674, 676 Main Street. We did receive our approval from the zoning board a couple weeks ago. And we're back here looking for your guys' final approval to obtain that building permit and get started on the project. The conditions that were provided via the planning board and zoning board are pretty minimum, and we're already a part of our plan. So we feel very confident about accomplishing all of those during the process.
Excellent. Staff or questions from the board? Any questions from the board? Scott?
So the first floor will remain commercial then,
Yes, sir. It is currently listed for lease.
and the second floor is currently has commercial space that you're requesting to turn into residential. space.
Yes, sir. The access interior has been sealed off.
Oh,
So there is no access from the commercial space to the second floor. And living and working in Laconia, I have felt that there is a strong need for downtown residential for affordable housing. The goal is to keep everything under $1,500 a month for these 2 units. Currently, the third floor is occupied by a residential unit, paying $1,000 a month.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Look here.
And now we are going to open the public hearing at 6:48. Would anybody like to have a word to say or? No? We will, don't we have to wait a minute? I can't. Gonna end that public hearing pretty quick. Okay, 6:49, we'll end the public hearing. And or do we hear from staff first?
This is very straightforward. As explained by the applicant, this building has been there for many, many years, has had a variety of uses. It's already partly residential. They have parking on site, which is an unusual situation for a downtown building, but they're fortunate to have that. And there are no unusual requirements here for this to go forward.
Any questions to staff?
Dean, help me out. Is it 2 spaces per unit required by code?
In the downtown, if you are not adding additional square footage, there is no requirement for additional parking. So there is no direct correlation in this situation for how many spaces. But they do have room on their property for 3 to 4 cars, which should be enough for downtown type apartments.
I see. Thank you.
Could somebody make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve application PL 2021-0120 SP for 674 Main Street.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Sarah Jenna.
Peter is back, so now you got to do roll call.
Okay.
Rich was second.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, Rich. Yes, you did second it. Roll.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
are you in favor?
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Rick Beatty,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Rick McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce King,
Yes.
Susan Hutchins.
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes. Okay, the vote is unanimous. Thank you and good luck. Okay, here we go. We are moving on to 9.1, the revision to accessory dwelling units, section 235-41A of the ordinance. And I believe this is going to be a public hearing.
Yes. Before we have the public hearing, I don't know if anybody has any questions or based off of the presentation that we gave last month.
Nothing's changed, right?
Nothing's changed.
Okay, then we will open the public hearing at 6:52. Would anybody like to comment on the ADU revisions? And if I wait a few more seconds, it'll be 6. Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 6:53. And moving right along.
Need to take a vote.
Sorry,
Vote to.
taking a vote.
Recommend or not recommend to city council.
Oh, I was looking at Bayside for that. Okay, so that still needs to be a motion, right? To recommend to,
I'll make a motion. We accept for consideration to the city council revisions to the accessory dwelling units ordinance as presented.
do I have a second? Scott, okay. And we need to do a roll call vote.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Rick Beatty,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce King,
Yes.
Susan Hutchins.
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes. Okay, unanimous vote. And I believe now we can move along. To 80 Main Street, a proposal to put a modular home in the wetland buffer. A waiver is requested for the wetland mapping. Am I looking for acceptance of the application?
It is ready to go.
Okay. Thank you. That's why you guys looked familiar.
Bernie Flangely, 80 South Main, Laconia.
Want the motion? I'm gonna make a motion to for acceptance of PL 2021-0123 CUP.
I'll second.
Located at 80 South Main Street.
Thank goodness
Proposal
they
to put a
helped me. Thank you. And we have to vote again.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Susan Hutchins,
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Here.
Mike Delvecchio,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biati.
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes,
We're good to go?
I think we're ready for you. Sorry.
It happens. It's your property, you're the one. What do you need from us right now? We've got the specs that we needed. Do you guys need that before we put the slab in and all the water and all that stuff?
The house has been here's our status. The house has been demoed. The site guy has been there to oversee what we've in mind. The Camelot home, no, not Camelot, Concord Homes has given us the thumbs up on a delivery April 1st,
No, February.
February 1st. For a 40 by 28 modular that we want to replace our burnt up home with. Oh, yeah. What else do you need from me? I'm as new at this as you are. Sorry.
So I think the board may have some questions to ask.
Just like, did I read that right? So you're gonna, part of the shop, this is gonna be incorporated into the shop and then in your new home?
Yeah.
Are they gonna be connected?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make, I thought that was how I read it, but
We're not going any farther back than the footprint that was there before.
I was, so it's gonna be one big building, if you
Right.
will. Okay, that's what I thought I read it right, but I just
It's
was
a 20
checking.
by 40, 20,
It's actually not as wide as we originally planned. It went from 28 to 24.
little
Gives us
smaller
more yard
little
space.
smaller home, 24 by 40 home, 28 garage attached, all one place.
Yeah, nice, thank you.
I have a question for my old neighbor. Hey, Bernie, what is the brook that runs behind your house? Is that Durkee?
Turkey Brook,
Pardon me?
Turkey Brook, yes.
Turkey Brook? You have any flooding problems there ever?
No, none whatsoever.
Oh, all right. Well, you're among the lucky ones, I guess.
It sits down probably 15 feet from the property, from the yard itself.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. I used to live right behind my old shop.
Did anybody else have any questions? I know, oh, yes, Bruce.
I wanted to ask staff, forgive my ignorance, but can you tell me what wetlands delineation?
So they are, Durkee Brook is directly feeds into Lake Winnisquam.
Yep.
Because of that, there is a 75-foot buffer from the edge of the brook into their property that is, in theory, to remain in its natural state. Most of that area currently is not in its natural state. It has been used as a yard and for many, many years. And most of the old house and most of the proposed new house will be within that 75-foot buffer. So that's why they need the CUP. Just for additional way of background, they did have a fire. It didn't completely destroy, but greatly damaged the house. It was not deemed as salvageable, so it's been torn down. So this is to replace the house. Overall, when they're done, they will be more conforming to the buffer than they were previously.
Thank you.
And I know I was at the conservation meeting with you folks, and I think the only thing that they had mentioned were
Plant
plantings
shrubbery,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
in between
Yeah.
to
We were
help
just waiting to
with
get-
that
somebody
buffer.
was gonna send us information on different plants to put there.
Did you get that or?
Haven't received anything.
Okay, I will make a note. Any other questions?
Am I looking at the right plan here, Peter? All I see is
That was the old. That's
building.
the-
That's
that's-
I don't see the garage. I only see 28 by 40. Hold on.
Right. It's bumping up into what was on that picture on what was the old garage, kind of superimposed on top of one another. The outline, the new outline is the new house, and then it's melding into the picture of the garage, even though the garage is not there at this moment, obviously.
He did.
Right, but we're gonna replace the garage. It's not showing on this photo where the garage is gonna go. All I see is the 28 by 40
Right.
square.
Yeah, the garage will be approximately where the garage is on that picture.
So
The old outline.
very good.
There's the one that you marked over showing it.
That's good. There we go.
You're doing fine.
What's actually moved away from the.
Farther from the brook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Further away, so that's good.
You have his back there.
Any other questions? They are looking for a waiver. And so now we're going to open it up for a public hearing at 7:03. Any abutters or anyone? No one on Zoom?
Just me.
And I can close it at the same, okay. So we opened it at 7:03. We'll close the public hearing at 7:03. And now I just need a motion. Nope.
Here for the staff.
Staff recommendation.
Yeah, so this will be two parts here. They are asking for a waiver for the wetland delineation. Our staff is in support of the waiver for two reasons. The edge of the brook, which would be the beginning of the wetlands buffer, is very well defined there. It's there's a bank. It's not like a jagged wetland or anything like that. It's a very well-defined brook there. And so we know where the brook is, and you can very easily measure 75 feet from that edge into the property. And the second reason for supporting the waiver would be the building is moving further away. And as I stated before, most of the buffer is already not in its natural state, and none of that is going to change. So that would be the first part, and we would need to do a separate vote on that, and then vote on the actual CUP, which, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, they have been to the Conservation Commission, and they were good with the proposal, with the recommendation that they do some plantings closer to the brook to help put things back into kind of a natural state. other than that, there are no unusual requirements beyond that.
Okay, so the first vote,
Will be to grant the waiver for the wetland delineation, because if we don't grant that, then they would have to go do that, and we could not approve the CUP tonight.
got you. So I need a motion on the waiver.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we, that the board approve a waiver for the wetland delineation in reference to application PL 2021-0123 CUP.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And we have a second. And then we need to vote on that before we do the second. Okay. Did I have a roll?
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Art Beatty.
Yes.
Sarah Jenna. Yes. Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Susan Hopkins.
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes. Okay,
And Madam Chair, if I may,
please.
I'd like to move that we approve the conditional use permit on docket number PL 2021-0123, 80 Main Street in the Colangeli's.
A second.
Okay, we have a second from Charlie.
And that would be with all the conditions, standard conditions set forth in the staff report.
Still second.
And roll.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Art Beatty.
Yes.
Stacy, sorry, Sarah Jenna. Yes. Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Susan Hopkins.
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes. So that vote is unanimous. And we all made it.
Thank you so much. Thanks,
you.
Peter.
Thank you
You're awesome.
all.
Good
See you.
luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. Leave this application, the next one, 174 Province Street. Grace Presbyterian Church needs acceptance.
It's ready to be accepted.
Okay. And I need
I'll
a,
make a motion to accept application PL 2018-0071 SP.
Second.
thank you. Do we have a roll?
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Art Beatty.
Yes.
Sarah Jenna. Yes. Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Susan Hopkins.
Yes.
Stacy Susie.
Yes. Okay, you're accepted.
Thank you. My name is Michael Bemis. I work for Stephen Smith and Associates, the land surveyor there, which is also now Du Bois and King. I'm also a trustee at the church, so I can address things from either perspective. But just for some background, the church, they submitted a proposal site plan for approval back in 2018. And we received site plan approval, and that application was for an expansion to the building on the side and rear, which would increase the seating from 114 to 150. Also involved expanding the parking lot from 42 spaces to 70. At that time, we received the approval, submitted a site security for it, and since that time, we have received extensions, and the most recent one we received takes us through July 22nd. And the reason for our delay is we're working on funding, cost increase and so forth. We had met with the planning staff a couple of times. One, to talk about reducing the building footprint. And then more recently, we met with them about approaching the project with phasing it in 3 different phases. And that's, as they recommended, the way to accomplish that would be to come here tonight and ask for an amended site plan approval. So the phases would include, the first phase would include the building addition on the southeast side of the existing building. Would involve the sewer line tie, some underground electric lines, and the 2 of the catch basins that are on the site plan near the location of that addition. What that would do for us is allow us to install a lift because the church building is 2-story. Also some handicap bathroom and some additional classrooms and offices, and give us a more appropriate mechanical room because we need a new boiler. This first phase would not increase the seating at all. It addresses several of other of our needs, but isn't going to increase the seating. So consequently, we don't need more parking. The second phase would be for the parking lot expansion, and the rest of the drainage work would be installed at that time. And also all the stormwater treatment swales in the back of the property would be constructed at that time. And then the third phase would be the possible addition to the back of the building that we had talked about initially. And that's where our seating would increase from the 114 to 115. And at that point, the parking lot would already be built, so we could accommodate that. So all of our parking requirements is what we've got designed exceed what the regulations call for. And the reason we're asking for the more designing for more parking spaces, we find that the regulations strictly adhering to them wouldn't be enough parking spaces for people to attend. We need more spaces than what the standards call for. So I think we've met all of our needs, and so we'd ask for approval so we could phase this and make it more likely that we could start construction sooner and approach it in a 3-phase thing rather than all at once. One thing to add to that would be in this first phase, we also submitted an erosion control plan that wouldn't be for the entire site, but it would contain everything for the first phase. When we get to the parking lot, all the originally approved erosion control plan would be implemented at that time.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just tell me about the backflow device.
Yeah, I believe that's from the water department.
Yes.
That would be something, would be a condition of the approval that during the construction, when we deal with the water line, that would be installed. So,
Okay, because I didn't see it on your phase 1.
yeah, we didn't get into that minute detail.
Okay.
But we recognize that.
But you
that's-
were prepared. Okay, got you. Any questions from the board?
Dean, if we go into 3 phases like this, the existing plan for erosion control for the parking lot, that'll just get rolled up into this amendment?
Correct. Yep. Essentially, everything that was approved 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago would still be in effect. Essentially, what you're doing is just phasing it and then restarting the clock again. So they won't have to be back for an extension until November of 23. So we'd start the clock again on a 2-year approval.
Okay.
Yes.
Director Dean, I'm looking at the site plan here. The wetland buffer is identified as 50 feet. it does seem to infringe on the parking in a couple of spots.
Yeah.
Has that been noted? Is that,
Yep, they have a conditional use permit for that. They received that in 2018. So that would remain in effect and you'd be essentially renewing that.
thank you.
And this is a public hearing? Okay, we're getting better at this. So we're going to open the public hearing at 7:16. If anybody would like to comment. Any abutters or,
You got a hand up in the back.
oh, we do have a hand. Oh, come. Yeah, come up. Tell us your name. Neither am I.
Patrick Dalton, I'm at 178 Province Street. I guess honestly, my only question would be there be any construction actually rip up the driveway down to the street for any of the sewer lines? Or would that be anything that's already up top in the parking lot?
That's right. The work with the sewer line and underground utilities would be kind of at the crest of the driveway back towards the building.
Okay.
And the erosion control plan for that first phase shows some erosion control containment for anything that would go to the neighbor on the other side.
Okay.
So everything should go away from Providence Street.
Okay. All right. That was my only question.
Well, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming and asking. Anybody else? No one on Zoom? Okay. So we will close the public hearing at 7:17. And staff recommendation?
So everything that was approved in 2018 would continue to be part of the plan of record. Really, the only thing that's occurring here is to create the phasing plan. Other than that, there's nothing really new in for requirements on this application.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve PO 2018-0071 SP Amendment 174 Providence Street.
Second.
Thank you. And roll?
Peter Burnett. Peter,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Rick Beatty,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio,
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Susan Hutchins.
Yes.
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey. Moving on. 18 Endicott Street North, Northwater Marine is the application.
Application is ready for acceptance.
I'll make a motion to accept application PL 2021-0124 SP.
Second.
Second, thank you. Roll.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Scott McWilliam,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Rick Beatty,
Sure. Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Susan Hutchins.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, won't last.
Okay. Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for your time tonight. Start out with introducing the people that are here supporting our efforts tonight. Is Bob Conrad, owner of the North Quarter Marine. Perry Pollock, legal counsel. Michael McEwen, Dennis Myers, architect of record on the project. Pete Blakeman, civil engineer, and I'm Matt Bangert, Roth and Roth. I'm the project manager for the project. We'd like to start off with a very short overview or review of where we are, where we've gotten to so far. And then we're going to try to address very concisely each of the obstacles or issues that have been presented to us that needed to be addressed, and then look at how we've addressed them. That'll be supported by the rest of the team. So if that's acceptable, we'll just jump right into it and go from there. Okay. So we started out with a planning application to put a building on lot 10. There's the two lots of the property, lot 10 and lot 5. Lot 10 is the upland lot. Lot 5 is the water on the water lot. And we applied for a application to replace an existing building, move an existing building initially to a location. In demolition, it became obvious it wasn't worth moving it, so we amended that application to put up a new building, and that was approved back on 9/7. Next, in our efforts, we went before zoning to request a variance for reconstructing a building on an existing footprint or existing setback, and that was approved on 9/20, and the proposed building was such that height was allowed, and there was no special relief needed for the height. It was just a setback requirement that we needed to satisfy. The zoning in that district is 60 feet in height. Next, we went through Conservation Commission. We had a meeting on site with Concom, walked through, got their input, and then addressed their comments, went back to our conservation meeting, and we received unanimous approval from them at that meeting on 10/20. And in addition, a letter of support for our efforts with the retaining walls that need to be built to secure the embankment to be submitted to DES. Okay. Next in our efforts was to work with the railroad to address a bunch of issues that needed to be looked at, and we've expanded that. It's been kind of an interesting odyssey or journey with them. They've been exceedingly cooperative. Plugs to them, because the railroad usually gets beat up. They've really been supportive in anything we've asked them, and as long as it made sense to them and it involved safety, they were all over it. And so we've obtained from them permission. We're in the process of formalizing the permission, but in concept, approval of building a crosswalk across the railroad so that people coming down from the parking areas, and Michael will cover where these are, coming down from the parking areas can cross over the railroad and get down onto Channel Lane without scurrying down an embankment. It was kind of an unsafe situation that was currently existing. And we'll cover that tonight. In addition, there is a slight modification to the package you have. After meeting with the deputy chief, fire chief, in reviewing our safety issues, the safety concerns that we were addressing, we had a plan to have a pedestrian walkway go up through Channel Lane
would be on the west side. And it would go up to the railroad crossing and then over onto the marina property on lot 5. After looking at, and we have, when we got to here, it just kind of ended. And the comment was, can you get it up to Channel Lane? In order to do that, we have to give up a bunch of parking spaces that we have a lease on with the railroad. After consideration of it and talking with Bob, the owner, the right thing to do is to do that. So we've eliminated the parking on Channel Lane that we have right to through lease with the railroad, and are extending that walkway, that pedestrian walkway at 4 feet wide all the way to Channel Lane. So it runs the length of the marina property now. In addition, we approached the railroad. There's one constriction point in the walkway where it narrowed below 4 feet. We approached the railroad and said, would you allow us to expand that into your property for the purposes of maintaining this 4-foot walkway? In concept, they've said yes, and we're in the process of formalizing that as well. So one of the biggest concerns I think that was raised in our initial TRC meetings was addressing pedestrian safety in going up through Channel Lane. This is just one piece of a comprehensive plan that we'll present tonight. Next in the pecking order is New Hampshire DES. We have had 3 separate meetings with DES and reviewed the concept for the retaining wall, the docks, and the launch improvements. All of the areas that pertain to DES. We have received support from them in terms of they understand why we're doing it. They acknowledge that it's necessary to do. And we are in the process. There's no exceptions that they put up. And we are in the process of applying for all of our DES permits at this moment. And Pete will cover that tonight in a little more detail. Next, we met with Marine Patrol to discuss the plan for traffic mitigation within the marina and in the Weirs Channel. Essentially, and we can go through it in more detail further in, there's a very comprehensive plan for how to keep boat launching and boat manipulation within the marina property. And then when boats are leaving, to have them exit the marina and go south, go into broader water, turn around and come back up. Additionally, there are, and we'll again cover this, there are slips being dedicated for rental boats so that they're not milling around trying to figure out where they go. They come back, the marina staff there, and they will go directly into a slip that is allocated for that rental. In addition to that, for the valet fleet, there are 20 slips being reserved for flex capacity as boats come in and out, that we can store those boats and then effectively get them out of the water and put up into the racks. So there will be a good amount of flex capacity there. So as boats come back, we've got a place to put them and they're not loitering out in the channel. One thing I do want to address tonight, there has been an amount of incorrect information circulating about this project. And we would like to set the record straight on this and be very clear. First and foremost, this is a necessary upgrade of a dated and failing enterprise because of the structures are just obsolete. The first and foremost concern in this is to address some significant safety issues that exist at that marina. The launching procedures and practices, and frankly, to stand here and say I'm amazed that a fork truck hasn't gone into the lake up to now. Anybody that's been there can see the pitch of the ramp. Both ramps that go into the lake are far in excess of what a fork truck should be running down with a boat on it. So that takes us to the negative bulkhead ramp, which will allow us to come in almost just about on grade with a fork truck and lower the boats into the water instead of going down a ramp with the boats and trying to balance them. As their center of gravity, as they go down, their center of gravity pitches forward. Just not a good situation. So in that, we've heard the rumor mill say that this is a grab and that we're trying to expand the marina by as much as 350 boats. This is just simply incorrect. When we get done with everything we've proposed, and Michael will go through the phasing plan tonight, we will actually have a net loss of 10 boat positions on the marina. So there is no expansion of the marina here. This is just replacement, upgrading, working towards safety, and we will go down 3% in our capacity. So I just really want to make sure that we put that out there, that this is not an expansion. Lastly, on my list is of topics for discussion are traffic and pedestrian concerns on Channel Lane. We've already talked about the full-length walkway that's going to be extended essentially from this crosswalk right here coming across Channel Lane that we're putting on the railroad. So it'll be steps down, Forestman Lane, across the railroad, landings on both sides, and then steps down Channel Lane. At which point you pick up the pedestrian walkway, which takes you all the way up to Endicott Street. The next thing we've looked at to address is, and the major concern of the fire department was that the congestion and traffic on Channel Lane. So we have a couple of points here that we're implementing. One is that we're making Channel Lane such that it's 20, or it will be 20 feet in width throughout the length of the travel where the fork truck is running. There is one constriction point up here that drops down, I think, 18 feet outside of where the fork trucks are running. What we'll do is, in this area, currently it's a free-for-all. It's just an unmarked street. People go down the middle of it. There isn't a lot of discipline, call it, on that street. So we are going to line stripe the center of the street and make it clearly 2 lanes. This accomplishes a couple of things. One is it puts the fork truck that's carrying the boat in a lane, a defined lane, and it gives traffic the ability to pass on the opposite lane. Secondly, it gives the operators of the fork truck will also be OSHA certified and trained. So this is a whole nother piece of the safety protocol that we're looking at, where they are abiding by and living by OSHA's rules for properly operating a fork truck. Up to now that they had not been certified, and I believe at this point all have been. So it's a fair investment there on the marina's part to go through that education process. Let's see. And in addition, there will be forklift spotters that was employed midsummer this year. So there is whenever a fork truck is engaged on Channel Lane, there will be a spotter that is walking with the fork truck to stop traffic or to direct traffic, to inform the driver if there's any obstacles, if there are any pedestrians that they need to be aware of that they can't see for whatever reason. And then lastly, the configuration of buildings 6A through D, right in here. These buildings had previously been parallel to the water line. We have studied this and looked at it and come to the determination, if we leave them parallel to the water line and try to access boats with them, the rear end of the fork truck will spend a fair amount of time out in Channel Lane. So in looking at it, we said, what if we turn these buildings 90 degrees? In turning them, there was an added benefit that blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. We looked at it and said, wow, this is a really good thing. As we turn the buildings, not only do the fork trucks get out of channel lane and they operate in between the buildings. So when they're all doing their picking and maneuvering, they're in this confine here. They get the boat down, ready to go. The spotter comes out to the road, they go out and they go to the lift. In addition, the found benefit was, as we opened this up, it's 120 feet of previously blocked space that now becomes viewable from the channel up through towards the drive-in. So, and Michael has spent considerable amount of time constructing some 3D projections to share with you tonight that will show you renderings of what this is going to look like. Okay. So proposed buildings we talked about, less obstructive. Again, Michael will show that. They are 38% less coverage, ground coverage. So they are taller, but they are more compact. And the ground cover is, a reduction is 38%. Their total volume is plus or minus equal. So we haven't increased the volume of these racks. We've just made them taller and put them on a footprint. We have over 100 feet of added view lane. So there's some significant advantages. There are also the advantages of getting these dilapidated buildings that are, one of which is overhanging and encroach cantilevering almost to the water. It's an eyesore, it's a hazard. That building will be torn down and replaced with a new current building. Water congestion, I know that's not the purview of this board, but I want to bring it up and talk about it for a minute. The one-way exit out of the marina, comment was made that's going to create chaos in the channel. When the corralling of the boats when people are coming out of these corrals here and here, they will come out and they will exit and go south, to be directed to go south, come down in broader water, turn around and come back up. That's one large attribute of the plan. The one-to-one slip to boat to slip rental for boat rentals. So if there's a rental boat, it will have a slip. So when a rental person is coming back, they're not milling around out here saying, what do I do? There'll be a marina staff there to direct them and help them get into their slip. Dock configuration. One of the complaints we heard was that when we put the negative lift ramp, we're going to have boats coming out and they're going to clog up the channel. We have configured the docks such that when the boats are launched, they are contained and kept inside of the marina's property here. So they bring them into slips, into temporary slips, get their boats loaded up, they exit, go south, turn around and come back. So there won't be any milling around in the channel by the valet fleet. In the process of this effort, the marina made the decision this year to eliminate a historic practice at the marina that was being done, which was to allow for general public launching at the marina. In the conversion of the marina from a storage facility to a storage and valet facility, that was inconsistent with the plans of the marina, both from a practical standpoint of having people who don't launch boats on a regular basis, launching them and consuming ramp time, some practices that go on ramps, power loading boats, which DPS has a real problem with. So we eliminated that. In the process, that had a benefit that it eliminates a potential source of milfoil and other invasive species from from the marina's launches. Now, any launch that's done is inspected by the marina staff who are being trained or are trained in looking for invasives and managing invasive species. And then lastly is a talk or two things, the 20 in-water slips for the valet. The slips are not released out to people. They're there for boats to flex in and out of as they're coming and going. So again, it's not a, where do I put the boat milling around out on the channel? Gives the marina staff some flex to be able to get the boats out of water, get them in rack and bring new ones in. And then lastly on this, the launch safety. Can't stress enough, getting rid of this current launch practice is important. And then lastly, we have a chart here that talks about the storage capacity of each building, what it was and what it is. I'll provide this to Kalina. The current marina holds 376 boats. The proposed, when we're complete, will hold 366. So a net loss of 10 boats. Okay. So that give you a very fast overview of the things that we've done and tried to address. Turn it over to Michael to kind of walk through some of the graphics here and the visuals. Are there any questions that I can address at this point?
Yes, correct.
You mentioned taller but more compact on the buildings.
Yes.
What's the height difference?
We're going from 36 to 56.
36, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Charlie?
The walkway across the tracks.
Yes.
Is that an elevated platform? Or is that gonna be at like ground level? The walkway from on the slope?
It's ground level.
Okay. The only, I'm gonna throw out, the only thing to consider also is that's an active snowmobile corridor. So you got a snowmobile groomer that comes through there in the winter. So that may be something you may want to talk to Belknap snowmobilers.
The railroad requires 8 feet on either
Off
side.
off the center line. Okay, and so you'll be outside of that width?
Yes.
Okay.
Charlie?
Thank you. I had a question. You said that by turning the buildings sideways, I guess,
Yes.
it's going to add up to 120 feet.
Open.
Is that between each building?
No, it's
60 feet and 60 feet.
60 feet between each set of buildings. Thank you.
So it's 60 feet between the buildings. It's just a total.
For a total of
But if I'm standing on the other side, I'm looking, it's going to be 60 feet. I just want to be clear.
You'll see when Michael puts up.
To speak to that, Mike McEwen and Dennis Myers, the architects, thanks for having us tonight. There you go, coming out. We had multiple PRC review meetings with the planning board, and one graphic that was requested was this elevation here. And pictorially, if you can see, ghosted in behind is the existing buildings. There was a request to see the existing buildings with the height comparison of the new buildings to the existing. What you can also see here is, to your point, the existing buildings that come from the back of building 5A all the way down to right in this area, and it was completely solid in the past. The two view lanes that we're talking about are these two open areas here, which you could see in this graphic, very apparent. There's two 60-foot areas where you can now see through from Channel Lane up into the drive-in and down to the channel.
Okay, thank you.
It's not these trees they're showing.
And I have further graphics after the question period to show that in 3 dimensions from the water and from the bridge and Channel Lane itself.
The view across from the water though runs into both service building 12 and 11. That's what you're looking directly at.
Yes, and I have other graphics later on that will show that accurately.
You will be looking from about 12, 13 feet down and up, so that your view will go up over top of those.
Okay, Scott?
I know that, Channel Lane presented a lot of challenges from a safety perspective, and I certainly appreciate you working with the railroad, et cetera, to try to address and mitigate some of those concerns. I just have a crazy question. I noticed on the site plan, there's a 50-foot right of way for the benefit of Thurston Marina that's located, just it's in a dashed lines there, just past that green belt of vegetation. Is there a reason that could never be utilized or not utilized?
That's a right of way that was, just to take a step back even a little further. When Thurston's bought this property, you can see right here, the light color, that's where the drive-in screen was. And the property that was purchased narrows down to about 6 or 7 feet here. And with there was no Thurston Lane at that time. And so there was no way to get from this north end of that property to this end of the property without crossing the railroad somewhere. This was not, the crossing here was not in existence at that time either. So the Baldies gave this 50-foot right of way through their property as a means of access, if it was ever needed, to this back portion. And they also retained a 50-foot strip from Thurston to Baldy that actually goes right down through here to the railroad and conceivably to Channel Lane at that time. The marina got the crossing from the railroad here, and then they looked at getting a road across here, and they have a lease from the railroad from right here all the way down to just on the other side of where the screen is. And that allowed them to put Thurston Lane on the railroad corridor. And so that gives the access from here all the way through. So conceptually, this is not needed for vehicle access right now, but it's still a 50-foot right of way. And it's in the deed, and it always has been. And I think it was even challenged at one time. But it was, in the court said they can't extinguish.
Sounds confusing. I mean, is it suffice it to say it just wasn't feasible, or?
Well, to directly answer your question, we talked about it, looked at it, and considered, could we direct pedestrian traffic of Channel Lane to go up through the easement, that right of way? In order to do that, people's nature, we talked about and considered the nature of people. They have to go up Channel Lane, go to the railroad, the new crossing that we're putting in, the stairs.
Yeah.
They'd have to go upgrade about 10 feet to get access the easement. If there's even another 4 feet above that, and then go up to.
So folks are going to tend to take the path of
They're
least
going
resistance.
to keep going up Channel Lane. That was our.
What about vehicle traffic? It wouldn't be feasible to utilize that for vehicles? 50-foot right away?
Yeah, it's just, this is what used right now. It's just a private lane for the marina.
So
Thurston Lane.
to get off Thurston Lane and to get up onto that easement, you would have right about here.
And there's
Or you could go back here and do it. There is an elevation, a considerable
Yeah,
elevation.
there's a bluff there, yeah.
Yep. So you'd have to somehow navigate getting up the elevation 4, 5, 6 feet, getting across the railroad tracks, and there's a gully that goes down.
And you certainly don't want to go out to Endicott and then back into the channel with forklifts.
But this is even just, just general Channel Lane traffic.
Okay.
I know it's not probably appropriate at this juncture, but there are that whole area with the new guy that's looking at it, he's thrown up all kinds of ideas. But nothing. And physically, I just don't see how it can happen getting over the railroad tracks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
If Michael could walk through the.
Thank you. Because we've had a few meetings with you, I'll be brief with the overview and just focus on some of the revisions and increased safety measures that Matt had already described. Part of the project here, this is building 12. These are the six buildings that are proposed. We're increasing the parking, which in the back, which exceeds the zoning required parking amount, which Pete will get into a little bit later. But to just touch on the access from the rear part of the site. This is the graphic here, and this is the proposed railroad crossing that Matt had mentioned. Here, it's done flush with the tracks. There's stairs with rails, and it's done all per code. And the goal here is people are crossing there right now, and they're doing it in an unsafe fashion. The other large goal with this is to direct people. They're coming from this parking area down to the water for valet. And it was brought up many times. We need to identify a safe means for people to cross the lane and interact with lift traffic as safe as possible. So what you're seeing here is a striped lane, a striped crosswalk that goes from this new stair down to the area where you'll wait and pick up your valet boat. What the intention here is to add signage to the lift, add signage to the street, and in the procedures for lift traffic, that there's a clear distinction when people are here and want to come across Channel Lane to provide a safe passage as much as possible. This access, this walkway here, it's a 4-foot walkway that Matt had mentioned, now carries all the way up to Endicott Street. That's for pedestrian traffic and patrons should they need to go to the north part of the site. Another thing to mention as part of the early design of the site is that an increased focus was placed on where the buildings currently reside on Channel Lane, and that was our benchmark for new development. But what you can see here that I'll show you in a pictorial graphic as well is we're actually capturing a lot of green space along the water that doesn't exist there now. Matt had mentioned that there's a building that overhangs a retaining wall, and that's right down in this area. And that's now proposed to be demolished, and we're trying to capture that in terms of green space and some patio areas to really pay the best stewardship we can to the waterfront in that specific area. During our discussions with Conscom, we had a lighting plan that was requested. This is an overall master plan. In the back, what you're seeing is just security lighting for the parking area. Should anyone come from the water to those areas during the evening. And in the area of the marina, we have security lighting that is required at the building. The majority of the lighting, the dock lighting in and around the water is very low level, 2 feet off of the water. It's low voltage lighting that's LED, and it's just enough to be able to see your way along the docks. You can see by these spreads that it in most cases doesn't even touch the water. It's just for the docks. A few other areas here is the railroad crossing. We have bollards proposed on either side with lighting integral so that you know that this is a legitimate railroad crossing, and to delineate that, hey, I need to stop at Channel Lane. There'll be signage to look both ways, make sure that it's safe to cross before you cross. As well, that pedestrian pathway leading down to the water, we have a series of lit bollards that separates pedestrian path from the lift traffic at the negative launch ramp, so that people are always aware of where they should be and not in a dangerous area. Phasing wise, it's a very complex master plan, and we've spent a lot of time discussing the appropriate phases. In the early stages, and what's driving the majority of the waterfront work is the fact that that building that's come down 5 feet was actually falling into the water. The foundation had been compromised, it was unsafe, and it needed to be taken down. And the issue there was a poor drainage practice for that building. now that the building is down, we can rectify and stabilize the grading in that area appropriately such that no more soil and or drainage will head towards the lake and the channel. In addition to that, Matt had mentioned the negative lift. That's an integral part of furthering the safety concerns and the valet concerns procedurally for the marina. That's one of the first phases, as well as replacement of a failing building in the back, building 12, which has already been approved. After this first phase, which is the purple area here, there is the channel lane work, replacement of the 6 buildings and upgrading the parking at the back end of the site. And then following that would be the dock replacement. And lastly would be renovation of building 1, 2, and the exterior of 5A as the last phase. It's been questioned how long the project will take. We'd love to say that it'll be done in a year, but it's a multi-year project. As part of the site plan approval, I think we're allowed 2 years, and there may be a requirement for an extension, but at this time, we feel confident that we could achieve the phasing in that time. That's the desire of the client and the owner. There was a lot of discussion about height, come up at every meeting pretty much. And the bottom line there is, as Matt had mentioned, turning the buildings makes so much sense in terms of safety procedure and just the use and efficiency of the buildings. There's a 38% reduction in footprint of these buildings by doing so, as well as these added view lanes. The height difference is roughly 20 feet. What's interesting to note is this purple line here, and that is actually the roof of building 1. We're right around 7 feet or so from the roof line of building 1, which is right up on Endicott. And per the request, and was mentioned before, you could see in this graphic the solid wall of buildings that processes from 5A all the way down to the beginning of 6D that exists currently. The goal is to really open up the view to Channel Lane, and I can show you that in more detail as we get a little bit farther along. Another thing to note in the design, in the material selection for the buildings, you'll notice that there's a new color scheme that's in keeping with their corporate standards. They have blues and grays, and it's modern, but we feel that it's timeless. It should stand the test of time. And if you look at these buildings, the fact that the tops of them are white and there's portions of them are white was very deliberate. We wanted to pay attention to the heights that are there now and give the buildings a sense of scale by making the tops of them white and having the tops of them kind of fade away into the sky, which you'll see in the 3D views. So we played with just the right proportion of color so that the marina has an image and a standard, but also we want it to be sensitive to views and the heights of the buildings. This is a graphic that accompanies the section. The buildings that are there now start at 5A and they come all the way down here to 6D. And the building that overhangs the water is this building right here. So as you can see, by taking that building away, this building and this giant building that was right here, we've now opened up this area and we reclaimed all of this area along the water for green space. It should be noted that you'll see in the 3D, there's 2 boathouses there now. There's a boathouse here and a boathouse here. Both of those are also planned to be removed, which opens up the water even further, and that allows for the restructuring and redesign of the entire dock system to make that much more efficient and effective. These are the 3D views. On the top, there's a before.
These aren't in your package.
And that's my apologies. It took quite a bit of time to generate a 3D model of 10 acres. The top is before and the bottom is after. So you can see here from 5A, there's solid building, and here's your 2 boathouses, and then this is the proposed. This is standing on top of the bridge. This is down at the channel level, just off the bridge. And I'll stop on the most relevant view. This is looking across the channel. And then this really drives home the design. This is across the channel at the cottages, directly across from the existing boathouse and the new launch. So as you can see here, we have solid building that runs almost the entire length of the waterfront with the 2 boathouses on the water. All of that you see that's in gray would be removed. And this is what would replace it, these 4 buildings. And in this, you can see the buildings that are in the back. This is the new building 12 that's proposed. And back here is building 11. So this is an accurate view of what you would see in and around the waterfront.
But that's not showing all the docks, right?
The docks are here.
Oh, that is, okay.
And this is the proposed layout for the new dock system. So this is what's there existing, and then this is what would be new.
And it's gonna be that really dark blue.
The final color selection is still in play. We're looking for something that's sensitive to the, that complements the water, and is also in keeping with their corporate standards. This is our first pass. But as you can see here, deliberately, we have the tops of the buildings that are white. And you can see the views through the buildings. From the water. And there's also a view up Channel Lane. But you can see here in this picture, these are the boathouses that are on the water, and the building that overhangs the water, and all of that is opened up in this view. And we can go back to these later. There's just one other thing I wanted to mention before I turn it over to Keith. Talk about parking and drainage, and that is the landscaping. This is a landscape plan that was done by our landscape architect, and this is the water's edge. The walkway that comes down to the water is right in here. What we're proposing are 2 patio areas for people to wait while they're rustling up their family, grabbing their gear and preparing to get on their boat. And as you can see here, there's a comprehensive plan in terms of trees, plants, flowering plants, and vegetation that would be basically all the way from all the distance of the property. And the idea here is that there be some tall trees where there are buildings. I didn't show any of that on the 3D views. I just wanted to simplify it for the group. But where we have the view lanes, there would be plantings that would be respectful of the height so that they would stay at a lower level to maintain those views. Obviously, we wouldn't want to plant anything that would block the view to the water. But you could see coloration here with flowering plants all along the patio areas. There's bushes and trees, and he's got a great design that really dresses the whole water of the development.
Pretty much everything that's on that embankment now, when we brought the landscape architect out and DES, they just walked through and said invasive, 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 because there's nothing in there that's worth saving.
I will be very brief. I'll just run through the stormwater that we're proposing. And a little bit about the parking, where that's going. Right now, like most residential and commercial areas that are more than 10 years old on the lake, there's no stormwater practices really in play. If this wasn't any different, the water just drained wherever it could find a way to go downhill, and that usually meant, over around towards the launch areas
or in the case where the bank has failed, that roof was pitched right onto the bank, so it was getting a good 30-foot drop onto the bank. Eroding, and it did the heck of the damage to the foundation of that structure. Lets you really know what water, how much power there is in the little bit of water. What we are proposing, and it worked out well by turning these buildings, the roofs are now pitched towards the paved areas between the buildings. And I should say also this, just focusing on lot 5 here, it's about a 1.3 acre lot that was roughly 93% impervious. And you know, we can't change that too much. It might be 91 or 92% impervious after all the landscaping is done. So taking that water though, we're pitching it towards the pavement, and we also at the drip line of the roofs along the pavement have some pervious paved areas, and that is to collect the runoff, that first inch of rainfall, which we call the water quality volume, and it goes into the cross section of a pervious paved area. Also includes a sand filter, 12-inch sand filters for treatment of the rainwater. Once you get beyond that first inch, if you're not in an area which is eroding, then it's more or less cleaner water. So you just need the storage and then eventually be able to filter into the ground. And so underneath these buildings and adjacent to these pervious areas are stone beds. You don't need a full concrete foundation underneath the structures themselves, or open racks. And we'll be able to handle the volume without any infiltration from between a 10 to 25 year storm. So they'll handle quite a bit of water and then allow it to infiltrate into the ground. And we've done borings along here. It's all granular material down. They went about 18 feet deep with the borings. So it's all suitable material. And the pervious paved areas also allow for maintenance and to be cleaned out once or twice a year, rather than having some type of underground infiltration area, which they're harder to access for maintenance, they're harder to access for inspection. This really, you can tell when they're clogged, but they're easy to use the equipment there to vacuum out and keep the infiltration rate and surface viable. We talked about the 4-foot walkway going up Channel Lane, right across from where we're going to be building 6D on your plan. But when you go down Channel Lane, you can see this half dome concrete structure, which is a drainage basin. Drainage comes from the other side of the road with some catch basins underneath the railroad track into that basin, which also then had a pipe that took a couple curves in it and ended up at the lake. And this basin is not flush with the surface. Water does not get into it that comes down Channel Lane. It just bypasses right past it. So we're going to take that out and put in a larger catch basin with a sump, which will capture some of the silt, if there is any, or sand that might be on Channel Lane, and rebuild the pipe from there down to where it currently operates. And that also allows, though, the pedestrian pathway to go right alongside of it. It will have a safe for pedestrian and bicycle traffic.
Those who haven't been there, this thing's about 4 to 5 feet in diameter, and it probably is 2 feet high. And it would be right in the walkway.
This plan just sort of shows the uniform 20-foot channel lane. And then a little bit restricted as it gets to Endicott Street, 18 feet wide. And that 20 feet and the 18 feet is all compliant with ASHTO as far as traffic safety with the type of average daily traffic that it gets through there. And with parking, there was a development of the back part of the lot 10 back in 2004, 2007, actually, I think. And that had a pretty comprehensive parking plan at that time. And they constructed a lot of the parking areas. And what we're doing, Matt and Michael ran through the parking counts for the whole facility. There's 155 spots required for what they want. We have provided as much parking as we could. And we show about 200 plus parking spots in this. In the areas primarily that are already gravelled, there's just a couple areas that were expanded out. And those would be behind the buildings, the storage buildings, at the southern end of the property. Small area right here for some parking. And that is an area that's right now they store boat trailers and boats and anything else they can push up into the brush there. And parking at the end of building 78 Channel Lane. And that gravel is there currently and we just had to add a little bit. And that gives us, as Matt mentioned, there were 4 to 6 spots along Channel Lane across from right where the crossing is of the railroad right now. Right in at the service building and right up along the hill there. And those will be taken out to allow the pedestrian traffic to go right up the Endicott Street. And that is about it. DES permits. We need a wetlands permit for the new wall here, stabilizing the embankment. That's number 1 on the permitting list, and then shoreland permits for this work and for the work across the street. And also another shoreland permit for the pedestrian crossing of the railroad. And that's permits for the dock and the negative lift.
Okay, and for the catch basin, am I correct? There's just one in that area?
Yeah, it's an existing one that we are modernizing and making better.
And that'll be big enough for
Yes.
the use, okay. Any? Charlie?
Thank you. Obviously, a lot of the comments I've heard, including the last meeting, were about height of these buildings. I'm just curious, and I'm no engineer, obviously, but you've got the 60 feet between the buildings now, those 2 sets. If you narrowed that to 40 feet, could you then get, with that 20 extra feet in the building, maybe come down on the height, make up for that space?
So what drives the 60 feet is the combination of the fork truck and the boat on the fork truck and its ability to go into the rack position, grab a boat, pull back out. So the fork truck is approximately 25 feet long. The boat is, let's use a 30-foot boat. And then there's a little bit of a buffer between the fork truck and the boat because of the outdrive. So that combination, the number for comfortably moving the boats needs to be between 58 and 60 feet. Otherwise you can't, when you back up, you run into the building behind you. And that's functionally what obsoleted building 6, the current building 6. It just couldn't get the fork truck in there to put a boat in the racks.
In other terms, we put the buildings as close together as we could with the optimum distance to keep the lift off of Channel Lane.
That answer your question or?
Good, I'm just looking for options. Just trying to help you.
We'd love to do that. But just given the size of the boats and the lift, 60 feet is that magic number.
For the way it's set up now, okay.
I also did hear some concerns about noise pollution with the forklift now maneuvering on the other side. Would that mean they were concerned about just tons of noise from constant running? And I imagine it's because it was running up and down Channel Lane. So are your thoughts that it might have less distance, ergo less noise, or?
There's substantially less distance. Currently, they're drawing most of the inventory from back up here, bringing it down, all the way down, coming around and coming into here. This new configuration. Yeah. The new configuration, instead of bringing them across the railroad tracks and coming down and getting here or coming over to this ramp, which by the way, we're going to be more or less obsolete. It's going to be maintained, but only for emergency use purposes. This is the really steep ramp. Now, the boats operate into the fork trucks operate in here and go down to here. This trip time is we've timed it out as 1 minute. From the time they exit, go to Channel Lane, make the turn, and get off Channel Lane is 1 minute at its farthest distance. When you're coming from over here or up here, minimum from here was 2 minutes coming across, and that's assuming that it doesn't have any obstruction from the railroads. So I think net noise will be reduced. The other thing that is being done is a new current fork truck, which adheres to all the EPA and code requirements, is being purchased. So the decibel level from that fork truck will be, I'm confident will be less. I don't have the numbers with me, but it will be less than the current ones. And there is also a small gas-powered fork truck that, in order to run, has to be revved very high. That has been obsoleted and put out of commission, and a new current truck has been bought. So that would also reduce the sound levels.
Okay.
I have a question, Mike. First, I just want to thank you for spending millions here. You're not saying how much it's costing, but I'm sure the cost is tremendous, and I appreciate the investment in the area. But I'm not so bad with the height of building 6s. It's the corrugated metal facing the channel. I know you're saying you want to go with your company logo, but wouldn't Cedar Shakes and octagon window look much better? For the money you're spending, it can't be that much more.
The configuration of the buildings lend themselves to a metal siding. It's a purlin style skin that's on the building, and it has to resist a really decent wind load because of it's open on that one side. So the way that they generally put these buildings together is it's a red steel infrastructure. That's the rack system for the boats. They have metal girts on the outside, and typically it's a metal siding that is used. There's a variety of different corrugations, different standards for how the building's panelized. We could certainly look at different options for that. But generally, it has to be a plank style siding and not a piece siding, because it just is too small to be fastened to the building and to resist the wind loads that are on the building. We haven't picked the siding. We are using the industry standard for the storage buildings, and we've gotten into design and color, but that's still being looked at in terms of final color, final panel selection.
2 and 5 would change from now.
Correct. So as Bob mentioned, the caveat there is I was just describing all 4 of the 6 buildings. The buildings up at the upper portion of the site, 1, 2, and 5A, are where the retail components of the business will occur, and those will be reclad, redesigned with a much more modern and marine-based aesthetic for the siding. Those are more residential in size, configuration, construction, height, and use, and that will be developed in a later phase, but the current thought there is to use clapboard or shake styles siding with some nice trim and big windows.
So those are currently metal flat. So we would-
Right. That was my next question. What are you gonna do with building number 2?
And that would be the
Yeah.
one that I just described, that would
Right.
have a shake style siding.
You weren't planning on going higher than the existing building
No,
is then,
the,
okay.
the building footprint, volume, roof, and walls would generally remain for 1, 2, and 5A. We do have to change how you access them, and we do want to increase views from inside those buildings to the water. Right now, they have small windows. We want to have some more, we want to increase the views to the water and sight lines inside the building, so that's the current standard for those.
And on AS2, there, it says 4 spaces up at the top. Are those the spaces that you were talking
I think
about?
we-
Got
Make sure.
removed?
Yes, that was part of the previous submission. And what we locked in 100% between last week and this is carrying this pedestrian 4-foot walkway all the way up to Endicott. We weren't certain that we could accomplish that grading wise and feasibility wise previously, and that's why that was left that way.
We had submitted this package, I believe, the day that we met with Deputy Chief and made that suggestion. So rather than Colleen and Matson reissue the whole package again, we took one drawing, showed it, and would eliminate it here tonight, and then ultimately we'll correct it on all the drawings.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Bruce.
I have a question and a comment. My question is there an existing height limitation for this area?
Zoning is 60 feet.
60, okay. I too am concerned somewhat about the height of the property, although I'm pleased to see that you've put some space in there so people can see through it. My comment to you is, as a person who in the 80s docked his boat there, I think your anticipation that people will go out and go right is a pipe dream, to be honest with you. I've been there when you couldn't get across that channel to save your life on a Saturday or a Sunday. In fact, my wife and I never went out on weekends for several years because it was impossible to get in and out of here. And I don't know what you have planned to encourage it, but you better put some extra thought into it, because making them go south is going to be a challenge. Most of them are going to come out and want to go north. That's my comment.
It's training, it's enforcement, it's training, it's putting a person there, to enforce that rule.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of these people come up for the weekend from Mass or whatever, and they're not real anxious to be told by us rubes how to drive their boat. Because what do we know? You know, to them, it's Winnie Pooh sockeye. That's how well they know what they're doing. Sorry, I didn't.
So you mentioned a law enforcement and legal concern and the lawyer stands up, right? And
That's always a concern.
Right, so I'll make your concern worse, but what you say is right. Human nature, you're gonna take the short path, and the folks that come up and use this from away aren't interested in rules or following rules. But what I can tell you is it's important to the marina to avoid safety issues. And it's therefore important that this rule, at least we attempt to enforce it. I'm sure on a weekday when the traffic is light, no one's going to get too upset about somebody darting to the left and heading north. But when things are congested, it's a private business. They can choose not to do business with people who don't follow their rules. There's plenty of demand in this market for people who I think will get the message that the rules are there for their own safety and need to be followed. And we'll replace the people that can't follow the rules, and we'll make adjustments in the customer role based upon behavior. It's no different than when my son comes home late with the car and I tell him, unfortunately, it's my car now for the next few days until you can figure out the rule a little better.
Does that work with your son?
Only for those few days, and then we do it again.
I was going to say, because I would have liked to have known back when I was facing that challenge.
It works when he wants something and it doesn't when he's not interested. And it'll be the same for the boaters.
Thank you.
Hey, Bruce, you think a rotary would work?
Probably.
That's a thought.
It fixed the other dysfunction junction.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Charlie?
I'm sorry.
It's
I keep banging away. I'm just still working on this height thing. And again, I've tried to read this and I'm just figuring that the height, each story is used for storage of
Yes.
boats.
Yes.
And how many on each floor?
Generally, there are 4. There is one that is 5 for smaller boats, like pontoon boats, that can go to 5. Generally, the buildings are 4.
4 boats.
4 level high. Yeah.
No, 4 level high, but how many boats on a level?
4 to 6.
4 to 6 boats.
4 to 6. 1 deep.
So if you drop to 10 feet, we're looking at a loss of 4 to 6 spaces, basically is what you're telling me?
Per building.
Per building, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No, I haven't even opened the public hearing yet. I do know, though, that there were a couple of emails and I had printed them and they got left. Do those get read during the public hearing, or can we just read them now beforehand? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that they got read. So I think we'll just go ahead and open it.
You have a copy that we pass around again or no?
Everybody should have gotten an email about,
Yeah.
I think there were 2 of them. I just wanted to make sure that they got read. So we're going to open the public hearing at 8:29. And I have to assume that there are some comments, questions. If anybody wanted to come up and see a closer diagram. Hi, who are
Good evening,
you?
Madam Chair, Mike Boards, Laconia. So I've had a lot of constituents call me with concerns involving here. Thank you, Bob, for buying the marina, and I do wish you the best of luck. Biggest concern coming to me is from people, the height of these buildings. It's going to be blocking the condominiums view. It's going to be blocking the cottages view and other homeowners views. We have to do, they're saying they need 60 feet. Most marinas only valet up to 25, 26 feet. So why couldn't they do like a lot of marinas, have a maximum capacity for valet of 25, 26 feet. That could shrink it down and then they can widen the buildings instead of raising them up.
And is
On that, or,
the marina allowed to answer?
oh, okay,
or-
they might not be.
You
Different procedures, so.
probably want to take all the public comments. and then
Okay,
pass it
I'm
back.
sorry, yep.
Because I know we did kind of talk about widening out and they
Yes.
did explain with the forklift.
They were saying a 30-foot boat, a lot of marinas only valet up to 26 feet boats or 25.
Oh,
foot
I
boats.
see. I'm not a boater.
So
You just
if they
found
went,
that
they
out.
went down on the size of the boat, I don't know how many people are gonna be valeting a 30-foot boat. And that's a big boat to be carrying around on a forklift. The other thing is, a lot of this is pending on the railroad. The railroad has to approve it. It goes to executive council and it has to be approved by the executive council and governor. So a lot of this is pending on a lot of variables that haven't been determined yet. They still have to wait for DES, they still have to wait for the railroad and other issues. So I think, in my view, if they could find a way to lower those buildings to increase the view to the neighbors, I think it would be the best way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come up? Did anybody need to see a closer look at the diagrams or? No one online? Do we, I would just like the emails read to you guys.
Sure. The first one's from Peter Lupo of 1165 Weirs Boulevard, Unit 1. I'm opposed to the 50-foot building at the former Thurston Marina. It will be very unsightly and spoil the view. Just because this man wants to make more money doesn't mean we have to suffer for it. And no to the forklift building. We don't want to hear that all day. Second one is from Rebecca and Patrick Cassidy of Bristol, New Hampshire. We are residents of Grafton County. We live in Bristol, but spend vacation time on Lake Winnipesaukee, specifically Channel Cottages by Weirs Beach. We strongly oppose the proposed building plans across the channel from Channel Cottages. We understand the need for renovation and improvement, but the sheer size of this new development will be detrimental to the natural beauty and historic integrity of the immediate surrounding area. There aren't too many places left in the area, or in the country for that matter, where you can enjoy the old school charm of New England. Channel Cottages is one of those gems where you can. They have put their heart and soul and wallets into keeping this historic treasure available to the hundreds of people that return each year. The beautiful atmosphere of the channel is so important not only to them, but also the other surrounding businesses and homes. What will happen when the view now becomes 60-foot storage buildings blocking the beautiful sky and trees? The noise is the other concern: trucks, forklift, beeps, etc. Not exactly what one wants to hear while visiting the beautiful lake. The noise and the loss of natural enjoyment for vacationers and others of us who like to spend time on the water is too much of a loss for Weirs Beach. Please vote against these plans. Help preserve the experience of a beautiful lake vacation that keeps tourists coming in and in turn trickles down to the benefit of all of us locals.
And any other comments from the public before we let the marina respond? Okay, did you guys want to respond to those? Okay.
So thank you for your comment, and we appreciate the passion very much. The first comment was shorter boats. The buildings are 1 boat deep, and we have a mix to allow for 25 and 30-foot boats. And we've been sensitive to put the optimum depth of building in the right location for the purposed mix of valet. So that's been scrutinized and assessed in a sensitive way. The goal here is to provide the amount of boats that we had less 10. And do it in the most effective and design conscious way possible. And I really appreciate the words in that last email. In our opinion, that you can see from this view here, there's almost 100% building all along the waterfront that exists currently. Yes, it's smaller in height, but there's no view there now except over the last boat building. This view is really telling. We're opening up the entire forklift well area to view, and 120 feet, as was mentioned before, as well as this building that, as you can see, the shadow here, it overhangs off a foundation, the ground, and it's almost to the water's edge. We're peeling back all that building and setting it back from the water, which you can see here. All this new green area is new reclaimed waterfront. So, we feel that not only from a safety standpoint, to get the forklift off of Channel Lane and to address all the safety concerns and the travel, we're being as respectful of the waterfront as we can be by increasing the views. And to put it pointedly and candidly, that 20 feet is sky. It's just a view to the clouds from the water and from across the channel. That's why we try to lighten the material at the tops of the buildings. In our opinion, you're getting much more of a view in our current proposed design.
Those painted white or are they clear?
They're white.
Okay.
However, that's a very good point. There is a desire at this point to have some translucent panels or semi-translucent panels to allow some light through the panel into the building. So it's not just this big dark volume, but we're still looking at the right way to incorporate those panels. But for generally speaking, they're white.
Okay.
I only stood up to mention that we're talking about a proposal for a redevelopment of an existing marina, but nonetheless still a permitted use in the zone, a permitted height in the zone. The dimensional table is very clear that for this use in that district, the building height is 60 feet. We basically prioritized safety by rotating the buildings, but of course we needed to get back some of that service area and some of that storage area that we were losing. And so we had the benefits of infiltration areas. We had the benefits of less horizontal massing of the buildings with these, again, the two 60-foot viewscape areas, if you will, with some more infiltration and green space in the front. It really kind of boils down to a personal preference. And I think everyone here could have a different view of it, a different take of it. All the alternatives that are being suggested are good ones. I can tell you this team has gone through them exhaustively in an effort to try and make everybody happy. And what we found out was the obvious, that we can't. So, what we've done is let the ordinance guide our mission. Permitted use, 60 feet. Do the best we can to move these boats around off of the lane and get those forks off of the lane when they're putting the boats in the slips and taking them out, or the storage racks and taking them out. I just wanted to add that piece. Thank you.
And I just wanted to quickly run over what what's going on with the railroad is that there's an existing lease along the railroad corridor for the benefit of Thurston's with the state of New Hampshire and the railroad. And when this all got started, we talked to the railroad, the DOT gentleman in charge of that, and they're going right up and down this corridor and many other corridors statewide to determine all the encroachments and where necessary to get them onto leases, so that there is so that they have an idea of what's in their quarters. And that's what happened with here. And they've been very, very open to changes along the corridor, which are benefit of safety to everyone around it. And it's not going to be an overly long process. It's already in the works. And what we are doing is just, we've added some things to the lease, and the lease is fairly shortly going to governor and council, and whatever needs to be done from there. But it's an existing lease in place, and it's really just being amended.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Oh, do we have somebody online? Great.
I think it's the sun. Allison, if you unmute yourself, you can speak to the public hearing. Shade. I know.
Is she there?
But she has not unmuted herself.
Oh, Allison, if you can hear us, can you unmute? Little button in the top corner.
Rob, I think you can unmute her, can't you?
I cannot unmute her.
Oh,
I
all
can ask
right.
her to unmute, and that is my only option.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Yay. Okay. So I'm Allison Hildebrand and I live in Weirs Beach. Some of you there might know me. I have to agree, especially with those folks that just wrote the email in from Bristol. I didn't hear everything that was going on tonight. I got into it halfway. But my concern is still, once again, Weirs Beach is such a small, cherished, charming area. One of very few left in the country. And people swarm here because of that. And it just doesn't make sense to me that we constantly try, and I'm not against modernization or upgrades or anything of that sort. I mean, time marches on and things are going to change. We get that. But I just don't understand why the Weirs keeps getting picked on or just always some kind of, again, the industrial resort. It's resort industrial. It's a resort. People don't want to see big things in the sky. They don't want to hear machinery that they hear every day back at home. There's plenty of places they can go to experience higher buildings and less trees and storage units and so on and so forth. And we're just bringing them into this world and making this world smaller and smaller and smaller. And the poor mom and pop people up here are just having the hardest time making a go of it the way it is. And for more industrial type things to continue to encroach this small little space, it just won't be, it's going to go away completely someday, simply because we're not paying attention enough to preserving what we have.
Thank you, Allison. Any response or? Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
And any other Zoom?
Nobody else has raised their hand to identify themselves if they wish to speak for or against the application.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Questions? Then I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:45.
We raised their hand as we closed the public hearing. I don't know if you want to reopen the public hearing, allow them to speak.
board or not.
Are they unmuted? Makes a big difference.
Could anyone hear me?
I'm going to reopen the public hearing at 8:45. Hello, welcome.
How are you? This is William Ryder. I live at 1184 Weirs Boulevard in Laconia. Sorry for the late ad. I was trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
That's okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, I just kind of want to go into the height as well. I know it's beating a dead horse at this point, but it's kind of a terrible situation when you spend over $500,000 for a condo for your family and you're pretty much going to be looking out at buildings when that wasn't the case. I understand everyone's in it to make money and make the town nicer, but when you really think about it in layman's terms, the green monster at Fenway Park is 37 feet tall. To put it into perspective, well, I'm going to look out at a building that's double that size almost. I think if everyone had that put in their backyard or directly across from them, they wouldn't be too happy, especially with the new traffic. And then I would like to know about the noise and the beeping with the new forklifts. I know they said they're going to be new, but I would love to know, you know, how loud these new forklifts are going to be.
And I think we did have some responses on that. There is going to be new equipment and there will be less distance traveled.
I did hear him say that, but that was more along the lines of the motor running because it's not going to be an older gas or diesel machine. He said it's going to be more efficient, quiet wise, but not the beeping sounds. And I just kind of want to touch base on that.
Oh, got you. Okay. No, we can ask that. Yeah. Did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you for the comments and the questions. As Matt had mentioned, with the purchase of the new equipment, it will be much quieter. We can't quantify that in decibels as of right now, but to speak to the process of picking a boat and getting it down to the water, in the current configuration, it's designed optimally for that. The forklift can come in, grab a boat, back out once, and pull straight down to the water. It's basically a one-point turn. In the previous configuration, which you can see this plan, with the buildings right in this area, in this shallow spot, the forklifts would have had to pull in, back out, and do a 3 or 4 point turn to get back down to the water. And that's the beeping I think that the caller is referencing. So it's much more efficient and inherently will be much quieter. And just to speak to the views, again, this is the view, the height and the image that we're referencing commonly.
No, I appreciate the drawings and you showing us again, but to be honest with you, the depiction of that doesn't really do it justice. If those buildings are 30 feet now and those 60-foot buildings, I mean, in the pictures it looks great, but realistically, like I said, in layman's terms, the green monster is 37 feet tall. So I'm going to be looking out at a double-sized wall of that nature of numerous buildings.
So thank you. And it's a very good point to drive home. The reason for these being late in the package is because it wasn't easy to generate these images, but this is a computer generated model that is accurate to the inch. So what you see here, this is the current height, and this is, I could show you an image, a historical image, that this is what you see, have seen in the past. And this is what's proposed, and these buildings are the accurate height. What makes it seem comparable is how we've handled the materiality, the color, and where we've placed the buildings. But in our perspective, and I think you can see it here, you're provided much more greenery, much more view than you had here, where you were basically looking at 210 feet of straight building right on the water and overhanging the ground to the water. So I do appreciate the concern about the height, and I will just reiterate that we're well under the allowable height per use for this area. But in our opinion, this is the most sensitive way by increasing those views 60 feet in those two areas and taking all of the building off the water. We're trying to be the best stewards of the waterfront we can.
Okay, well, thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you for calling. Any other Zoom calls?
Nobody else has raised their hand right now to speak.
Okay, gonna give you a 10-second warning. I am gonna close the public hearing. Now is the time to raise your hand if you would like. I'm wondering if somebody did want to ask how many 30-foot boats that you do actually get. Or?
Yeah, more every year. There's a couple of ways issues to address there. First of all, 30-foot boat. Length overall of the 30-foot boat, but now most boats are coming with 3 and 4, 5 foot for some very large swim platforms. Those generally aren't included in the LOA. The engines, particularly any of the outboard engines that are sticking out, all of that accumulates, and the objective here is to get those under the shed of the roof. So it may be a 25-foot boat with a 4-foot swim platform on it, making it a 29-foot boat.
Got you.
So yes, there could be some flat transom boats that go in. They're exactly 30 feet. But odds are they're going to be boats. These 30-foot racks are intended to handle boats that are larger than 25. Is really the objective of them. And a 27, a 28, or any of them that have these big, huge swim platforms on them. That's the intent. What we want to do is protect them from the elements, snow, ice, anything that's coming down off of them during the winter.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we have a hand. Are they muted?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, it's Allison once again. I just want to make one other quick point. And again, I've used this example before. If any of you come in on the Mount Washington or any of our wonderful boats, like the Mailboat or the Sophie C Mailboat rather, or the New Spirit, or and take a look at the beautiful view of the weirs. We're going to have now these towering buildings across that wonderful old bridge that people go under through the channel. And again, it's just going to totally take away from what we represent and what is left of the old weirs. So I just wanted to throw that in there because that is such a beautiful scene when everyone comes in and takes all the photos of the train and the other boats and the mountains and so on and so forth. Just another little add-in. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, Allison.
And one thing that wasn't mentioned is the view from the railway to the water. The railway that runs through the site is substantially higher than even Channel Lane. In some areas, it's 15, 20 foot height elevation difference between the railway and then the bottom of Channel Lane. Directly behind these buildings, there's a difference, a negligible difference of about 8 to 10 feet because you're at that elevated height. So your perspective over these buildings, you're looking over a 35-foot building now, and you're much higher because you're raised on the railway. So it's the perceived impact is actually going to be less than the full 20 feet.
Michael, where's the line from building 1? So point here that we're going to make is that up at Channel Lane or at Endicott Street, the elevation is such that it's a straight pitch down Channel Lane. Michael had indicated here, there is a dotted line right here that pairs with the elevation of building 1. So any view, anything that you're looking at from the other side of building 1, this is how much of those buildings is going to stick up. Because it's going to be obstructed by this building, which it's been obstructed by this building for years.
And I was actually referencing the railway side behind the buildings towards the waterfront, which is another valuable.
And I think you guys had mentioned that the colors are not really set in stone, right? They're,
So this is our first, these are consistent, as Michael said, these are consistent with the Marina's color palette that they've selected. So,
but to that point, you can't really get much more invisible than white. And we're trying to be respectful of
Right.
the added height. So any other color would likely be more potent for the top piece.
okay. Are there any other hands? Okay, we're gonna close the public hearing at 8:56 and it's staying closed. I would. Sorry.
One more question.
Oh, yes.
Mike, you never mentioned bathrooms. Where's the closest ones for the people coming in the dock?
There's two options. Actually, building 2. This is building 2 here. There's restrooms in this building, and then there's also restrooms here. There's an access point from this raised area down to the docks, and that's the easiest way to get up in this area where there's facilities for people to use.
Okay.
And also there's a waiting area, so you could drop your family off, go park your car, and meet your family up at this part of the docks.
Scott?
In consideration of the fact that there have been many concerns brought up about the height of the buildings, let's again talk about actual height versus perceived height. Help me out, Mike, in your 3D projection, and I appreciate you taking the time to put that together for us. It does give us a pretty good idea of what it's going to look like standing on the other side of the channel, looking across. But if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a bluff behind those buildings where the drive-in is currently? So in other words, standing across the channel, if there is a bluff, the perceived height would be 59.5 feet, but maybe how much it extends above the bluff. Am I correct?
You are. There's a pretty decent grade change right behind Thurston Lane that goes up to where the movie screen is and that whole other property. So you're correct in that.
Do you have any idea where that line might be in your depiction there, as far as the elevation of the drive-in on your 3D? Where might the horizon be, in other words?
What's the elevation?
Easiest way to pick that is we are at 518 and 514 respectively here, and the height up at the property line is 532. So there's a 10 to 12, 14 foot height difference between this elevation and where the base of these buildings are. So I didn't show that graphically on my 3D images, but this is all vegetated, this green line that you see right through here. So this actually, the horizon and the treescape is actually going to be a little bit higher, as you're noting.
So how high, how much above the elevation of the drive-in would the buildings actually extend then? I'm trying to do the math in my head. 59 minus 10, is that what you're saying?
56.
56 minus 14
56 minus 14.
is the total height. But the height difference between the buildings where they are now and where they were is 20 feet. 18 to 20 feet, because they vary.
So you're saying it would extend about 20 feet above the horizon of the bluff?
I don't really know how to answer that because it's all wooded right now. So there's full grown trees on top of the bluff.
Okay.
So that line isn't at grade, it's 40 feet above that.
Right, so that's the challenge in answering the question is what you're asking about is an existing condition on a different property. And so, yes.
I'm trying to get a sense of what the perceived elevation will be versus.
You're right, and at this moment, it would sort of die in the forested area as the grade increases beyond the property line. What happens to that property and its development over the coming years and whether the tree stand remains or not and exposes these buildings more so than they would be at this moment, it's really difficult for us.
But the
to
ground
project.
elevation would basically stay the same. That's what I'm saying.
I would think, but again, we really can't speak to what's going to happen in somebody else's parcel.
This is the closest I can get you there right now. This portion of this elevation is an image of what currently exists with that bluff. And this is the tree line. So it all depends on where you're standing.
Right.
Because of your perspective.
Sure.
But
So that's an actual photograph that
It
you
is.
imposed in.
And what was tough is to get this, because there's actually 5 images here that I had to piece together, so that's why you don't see it consistently, but this is a very telling image as well. You know, you're going to see all that tree line and all that sky now for half of the perimeter of where the buildings were that you don't currently.
Thank you.
May I say something? I truly appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I think it looks absolutely stunning and beautiful, but not at Weirs Beach. It just doesn't work in my mind. It looks like skyscrapers. And as Allison was pointing out when she called in, the charm that we experience here in the Weirs Beach area is like no other place that we know of. And putting these structures in there like this, I can understand why you're doing it the way you're doing it, but it's really going to take away from the beauty of the area. And I think to Charlie's point, why not take down one level, and how much height would that give us to decrease it? What would be the difference?
Appreciate your passion and perspective. Honestly, in our minds, this image is very telling. It's straight building.
Yeah, I understand
and it's
that.
solid right now.
I
There's no
appreciate
view
that.
there now. Here, we're actually allowing you to see more of nature. And we're trying, obviously, there's all these other safety concerns and other reasons why turning the buildings and making them less tall.
How about making them more charming?
So I know you want to move it along, and I hate to beat the point again, but what we're talking about is an existing use that's still a permitted use that's within the dimensional regulations of the city.
I understand.
Yeah, no, and so when you are staying within those confines, you get into a lot of choices, half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. And I think the choice that we made in this layout was to redevelop a pretty antiquated and tired looking facility by valuing the safety of the channel, the streetscape or lakescape, and providing some breaks and some better stormwater. And so I think you could make those choices differently. I think aesthetically, we've done what we can with buildings that hold boats. We're really just talking about a choice that fits within the confines that the ordinance provides. This board knows all about applying rules, and we tried to
course.
follow them.
Of course, I'm just looking aesthetically, why can't we make this look more charming? It looks like skyscrapers. It just does. And you're talking about the tourism industry. You're talking about people that live here year round. and they don't like it. It's clear to me, they just don't like it. And quite frankly, I understand what you've done and why you've done it, but it doesn't look good.
Well, I appreciate your choice versus our choice. It's really a decision of choices within the
I
rules.
understand.
And like I said, we made other choices that I think fit the rules equally.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
Are we gonna be able to comment after, or, because I don't,
Because we still need to hear from.
right,
Discussion.
so we're gonna be able to, I guess we can comment when there's a motion made or whatever.
Certainly. I think we're ready to hear from.
Okay. A couple of key points that I think need to be emphasized. Yes, Weir's Beach is very desirable. It is that desirability that is driving the business, the current businesses, and people who want to establish future businesses, the decisions that they're making. We will hear another application a little bit later on, also in the Weirs. Again, that is in that category of desirability. That's the desirability of being here is driving their proposal. This property exists. It's been in existence as a marina for decades. There is essentially no stormwater management currently on the property. Their proposal is to try to mitigate a significant portion of the stormwater, which is good for the lake. There is currently problems with pedestrian and traffic safety on Channel Lane. This proposal doesn't solve them completely, but goes a significant way in making it safer. I do want to point out that Channel Lane is, all of Channel Lane is either private property or property of the railroad. Each landowner owns the road that's in front of their property, and as you go down Channel Lane, when you get to the property lines, it changes ownership. The city is currently doing minimal maintenance of Channel Lane, mostly snow plowing, because we have a pump station at the end of Channel Lane that we need to get to 365 days of the year. So otherwise, we probably would not be maintaining it. But when you get to the issues that some people have described as going on Channel Lane, it really comes down to the private property owners that need to do something about it, and these folks want to do that. We've talked a lot about the view. I personally went down to one of the condo projects there and stood on their docks, so that's about as close to water level as I could get. And when you look up to the current configuration of buildings, all you see is building. All you see above the building is sky. You don't see anything else. That's the reality of the situation. With their proposal, we at least get some breaks in that. Yes, the new buildings being proposed are higher than the current buildings. And you won't see anything behind them either. But in between them, there is a chance to have a view. That view is going to change. I can sit here fairly confidently that the drive-in theater is not going to be a drive-in theater forever. There's going to be something that happens there, whether it's the current person that's doing their due diligence or whether it's somebody else. When you realize the price point that the drive-in is being sold for, there's going to be a very significant development there, because otherwise you can't afford the purchase price. I mean, that's just reality. And again, that goes back to somewhat to that desirability issue. They have a number of permits that they have to obtain, DES, from the state and the railroad, et cetera, and they need to have those permits in hand before they go any further with their plans. And we will, when DES, for example, issues their permits, we are on copy to all those permits. We will know when they are approved or perhaps denied. This project has been to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Again, they did not have to go to the zoning board for the height. They had to go for the actual location of the building. It's a setback issue, not a height issue. And they have been to Conservation Commission, which has reviewed the plans and has no objections. I want to go through the staff recommendations. There are a number of gravel areas where parking is going to be. Right now, it's kind of a free-for-all. The parking areas will continue to be gravel, but they're going to need to delineate the parking places so that they actually get the 200 and whatever spaces it is that they're claiming that they have. Otherwise, you know how when there's no markings, you know how people park. They park much further away from the next car than they need to when they aren't directed otherwise. So that needs to occur. We need to check their lighting plan. And then eventually we're going to need to have their as-built taken care of. Again, I want to go down to number 1E under subsection 2. Again, the federal and state permits, and that state permit would include anything from the railroad, needs to be in hand. And again, stormwater maintenance, they have a plan to maintain the stormwater systems that they're going to be installing on the property, and they need to follow their stormwater maintenance plan. That. Jane, any questions?
Can I just ask a general one about height? If I've noticed this is the second project that I've been on where height is discussed. If people are truly against the 60-foot, do they have to go to city council to get the ball rolling to change that ordinance, or?
That is a part of the zoning ordinance. It is our table of dimensional requirements. The first stop on doing that is the planning board. Planning board recommends zoning changes, including dimensional changes. So we would need to have a proposal. We would have to have a public hearing, and then you would have to vote and recommend to the city council, and then the city council will go through their process. That is doable. The process is doable, obviously. However, any application that we already have in hand
Right,
would be under the current rules, not.
right. I'm just
any
thinking
future
of
rules. Right.
further ahead. It just seems like it's always an issue. But, and the only other thing that I gotta say that I'm really concerned about is asking people to take a right. I try and tell people what to do and it just doesn't work. That's the only thing I'm a little concerned about. That, but
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's important for the board to recognize that we have no jurisdiction of what happens on the water. It's DES and it's Marine Patrol. And they are in the process of consulting with them, and they are working with them, and it becomes, reconfiguration of the docks and all those things is going to be strictly a DES process. And if there is a problem in the channel, and there is a problem in the channel now,
Okay.
having gone through the channel a couple of times recently on a Saturday afternoon, it's a zoo. And whether this proposal changes that significantly, I doubt it. There was one number that I heard, there were 3,500 new boats registered on Winnipesaukee in 2020. Wow. Okay.
You guys are gonna need more slips.
Regardless, right, regardless of what they do or don't do, or what we do approve or don't approve. And one of those boats was mine, because when you register your boat, you have to tell the state where you're going to be using your boat primarily, and you have to pick a lake. So I picked Lake Winnipesaukee because it's the big one. But whether it's there all the time or not is not a matter. But the point is, now, whether all those 3,500 boats are on the lake all the time is, nobody knows. But I want, if people have perceived an increase in traffic in the channel from, say, 2019 or 2020 to this summer, yeah, probably.
Got you. Okay.
I think they had a good response to that too, as far as pick someone out if you want to. I mean, there's gonna be a million, just like that, those numbers are that high. There's gonna be a line of people to take your place, so.
Any other questions for staff?
I'd like to make a motion.
Excellent.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept application PL 2021-0124SP for the redevelopment of North Water Marine and associated parking, drainage, and stormwater management as submitted.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yes, yes.
I can understand the 60-foot height. We let Paugus Bay Marina build a building 8 feet too close to Gold Street to 60 feet tall just a couple of years ago. I understand why they want to build it this way, but this is our one opportunity to get the exterior of these buildings to look more like barns that are 100 years old with clapboard siding, they're still holding up. Instead of having warehouse looking, you can see it when you drive over the bridge, you see it in the channel, the cottages across the way. It will improve the view for everybody if we do away with the corrugated siding and go with something more attractive. I just can't see the blue siding driving over the bridge, looking over. We have to do something better than that. It's our one opportunity to get it right.
I would point out, if I may, the corrugated steel paneling seemed to be okay with a boat storage building that was just constructed in my neighborhood. So you kind of be consistent.
You're talking over by
Winnisquam.
Winnisquam,
Yes.
but see, that's not a high traffic tourist area. I know the building's there. It's great.
In
It's
my
good.
backyard.
It's good for business. I'm not anti-business, believe me. It's good
Okay,
for
I see what you're
business.
saying.
But
Replace with new.
this is our one opportunity to get it
consistency.
looking good.
Just to be consistent.
We have the choice of saying what type of exterior looks better.
Well,
That's why we have a planning board. We can say, yes, build the building,
Yeah, but these are boat storage buildings. They're not.
but it's in
Victorian
a high
cottages.
traffic tourist area.
I
Let's get
have
it pretty.
seen corrugated panel buildings with painted murals on them that are very attractive, actually. So there are
Oh.
things that can mitigate that.
Yeah,
if-
that's in the
if one
ghetto
so
too.
desires.
I just implore everybody here, please, let's get the exterior of these buildings attractive. Let them go 60 feet.
I agree. This is our one time to get it right.
Thank you.
So are you asking for them to come back with a new plan?
Just say, we're not gonna use corrugated metal, we're gonna use clapboards, we're gonna use cedar shakes.
We'd have to see that. We can't just say one or the other. We'd have to see a new plan.
Well, if that's what's necessary,
Just asking for clarification on that, if that's what you want.
yeah.
So that doesn't really constitute a new plan, though. It's just the material, the building.
They're invested millions here. Another 200,000 to get a good exterior is a drop in the bucket for what we're asking for.
But it ain't my bucket.
Just, oh, you got it, Bruce. You got that state retirement, town retirement.
I'd like to hear.
So,
James.
so Mike, just for clarification, you're talking the ends of the buildings that face the water and potentially the ends of the building that face Channel Lane?
I hate to say I don't care about Channel Lane, but like you say, there's gonna be condos up there someday looking down across the marina at the water. They would probably appreciate what we're doing right now.
So you could have, from a structural standpoint, you could have the corrugated siding, but then you could overlay.
Well,
on
you could
top
put
of that, right?
plywood up instead of corrugated metal and put shakes on it or clapboards or whatever.
Well,
You can't get a wind rating
yeah,
on a pre-engineered steel building using plywood siding.
right.
Well, I'm sure there's barns 100 years old with siding.
But they didn't meet current wind load.
But they're still there. They're still there.
Well, but you're not, that's the clarification. I'm like, you're not so much interested in exactly how it's done, but rather what it looks like when it's done. So if it's corrugated steel to provide the wind loads and the structural integrity, and then it's covered with something that looks like clapboards or whatever.
They have sheet metal shingles now. My neighbor just put sheet metal shingles on his roof. I wish I had. They're beautiful. Something like that, and something better than this. Like I said, with an attractive window on the side. I painted a couple octagon windows here on my drawing, and it looks better.
Are you guys open at all to covering the outside?
Certainly that can be discussed, but as was mentioned by other board members, the biggest issue with these buildings is the wind coming
Right.
through and by them. And it's not an easy task of just putting something else on the building. It's got to be made structurally sound. And there's a very specific reason why the majority of this building type has a metal siding on it. The coloration is very easy. The division of panel is very easy, and we have an opportunity to select from 50 or 70 different panel styles. But that the reason why these buildings are done in metal siding is because it's structurally sound and will stand the wind loads that the building's going to have on.
So I think we're back into choices, right? And there's nothing wrong with a good choice and a good opinion. What we don't want to lose track of is all the progress we've made tonight and how close we are to a vote. And so, what we would receive this evening is a conditional approval, obviously conditions on other permits, conditions on finishing conversation with staff on a number of unfinished items. We wouldn't have an issue adding a condition that says work on the aesthetics with the city staff, knowing the comments that we've heard tonight to try and soften the appearance of that steel facade. We have the minutes, we have the video, we have the comments, and it sounds like we have some product choices. Are any of them markedly better or at least functionally equivalent? I'm not able to speak to that at this moment, but I've heard the instruction and we can spend some time thinking about it. If you wanted to add that, or if the motion maker wanted to add that as a condition of approval, we would accept it.
Could I make a comment? If the balance of the board shares the concerns about the appearance of the outside, I have some really strong feelings about the appearance of the outside and have seized for quite some time about another building that was supposed to look one way and ended up looking another way. And it was because it didn't say specifically in the approval that it had to be that way. So whatever we do, if we're gonna argue over the appearance of the building, I would just ask that whatever approval we give here today be subject to you coming back to show us your choices for siding. So the board has, and it's just my opinion, but so the board has an opportunity to say yay or nay on real narrow or real wide or, you know, fluffy or whatever. I think he said 70 some odd appearances. I'd like the board to have a chance to say yay or nay on the appearance.
Well, we won't bring in all 70, but I
No,
think we could live with that.
You can bring us a picture of 70. I'd be,
And I'm sure you can appreciate that when I hear that, my concern is we're going to open other issues. And I think if the condition was worded such that the exterior material will come back to the board after working with staff for some form of confirmation, I think we could live with that.
well, that's where I'm at.
That would be very satisfactory. Yes.
I know we as the applicant team aren't thrilled, but I'm getting the look of death, aren't thrilled, but could live with it.
Perhaps there's metal panels that look like shingles.
Yep.
available, you know,
Right.
that's what I'm hoping for.
So,
And that's why I'm saying I'd like that part.
I'm glad you thought of it, Bruce. Yeah.
They come back to us we'll give you conditional approval to go forward with the 60 feet and the openings and whatever, but come back with some suggestions for siding or whatever you want to call it. I'd just like the board to have one more shot at the appearance. If we say, okay, listen, I came here tonight to say no, to be very frank with you. The openings that you put in have made me change my mind. But I can agree that I don't want some hideous material there. I'd like an opportunity to say yay or nay on the final material.
Yeah, well, we're glad you kept an open mind. And we're here obviously to educate as to our proposal. And I think having that item be a holdover to come back on is livable. I understand.
Okay.
It all has to be looked at from public places and private places. And while we can't control what goes on around us, we can't control what goes on our property.
Thank you.
and we would limit it only to the aesthetic.
Please.
We would not,
That's critical.
yes.
Everything else is beautiful, good to go.
Well, that sounds great. Thank you very much.
Charlie?
Thank you. I guess I'll be there. You know, first of all, to the director, with all due respect, I'd like to say, when you look at, all you're going to see is sky. That's important to a lot of people. A lot of people looking at the sunset or whatever's in the sky, it is an important part of looking out the window. It's something they maybe look forward to. I just want to comment on that sky thing, but and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think you said about 6 boats on each level. Am I wrong on that, or was that what it was? 46 boats. We have 4 buildings, new buildings. And I certainly, obviously, this is a beautiful project, and all the good things that you've pointed out and the director pointed out that is going to enhance the area, all great things. But, you know, I think as the planning board, I feel anyway, that we have to be very conscious of abutters, whether they're legally abutters or not. Now, when Paugus, the Barton Motel project went in, we heard from people across Paugus Bay about the height of those buildings, across the bay, not 100 feet across the water or whatever that is there. And we heard the abutters who weren't abutters scream about the Big Island when they were going to put the girls' camp out there. So that's a much further distance than we're talking here, as far as those people who live right there. Not to mention all the people in the Weirs area that think this project is too big. I know they got to go up. And I know the 60-foot rule. And Madam Chair, I agree with you about maybe revisiting that, because we've heard that. People, I think when that was put in at 60 feet, people are thinking, oh, 60 feet, that ain't no big deal. But when you look at the projects that have gone on, Barton's Motel, for instance, which is, I think is 44 feet. A lot of people have said, holy, are those 100 feet tall? But they're not, obviously. So I would have liked to have seen this project scaled back 10 feet and lose up to 24 boats. And by the way, I'm not concerned about the aesthetics. I think metal is what people expect on a marina, quite frankly. I don't think the fact that they've got shakers on them or nice paintings or anything else is going to distract from something 56 feet tall in that area. And I don't think that the people that are concerned about the New York City look here are going to be saying, oh, but it's so nice looking. I don't really think
58
most people are going to agree to that. So I would have liked, I'm going to vote no on this. And that's the reason, is because I would have rather seen this project scaled down 10 feet. That's a compromise. And compromise is a good thing to be able to say to the abutters or the people that are concerned about this, to say, you know what, we get it. We're going to lower it 10 feet. We're going to sacrifice up to 24 spots for storage and try to figure out how we can mitigate that loss some other place on the property or whatever. That's just the way I look at it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Does Scott need to change his motion?
You would need to add in Roman numeral 2, number 2, a B to put in the language of having the applicant return to the board to review their aesthetic resolution.
I would be open to that friendly amendment. Do I need to make that motion before I comment further? Yes, no?
No.
Who was the second?
I would just like to,
Oh, yeah, I did.
I would just like to voice my support for this applicant, for this application. I think, it falls within the dimensional guidelines. I think, this illustration here, in my personal opinion, is an improvement over what's currently there. The fact that you can see through the buildings, catch a view, and I think we all understand that that's going to probably change anyway. The landscape in that area is changing and will change. I think folks have to be cognizant of that. And also, I think anyone's opinion about charming, again, I see dilapidated buildings there. I don't see anything really charming currently in place there. I think what's being proposed is a 100% improvement and beyond. Lastly, I think this developer, this applicant, has gone far and above to address safety concerns on Channel Lane, to address environmental issues in the way of soil erosion, drainage, et cetera. I don't know that every applicant would do that. Finally, the applicant has already again stated that they're willing to present the board with some choices as far as how the buildings are clad. So I think this is a project that deserves the board's support. Finally, I would like to accept that friendly amendment. Did I go through the whole thing here? Application PL 2021-0124 SP to be accepted as submitted with the provisions that had been stated earlier that the applicant bring forward to the board at a future meeting some possible choices in exterior cladding of these boat storage buildings.
Thank you.
Second, again.
Okay.
You don't need roll call because Peter signed off at 8:55.
Okay. All those in favor?
You have to take a roll call. Is Peter still on?
Peter has left
Oh, sorry.
the building. Okay.
Opposed.
Opposed. All those opposed? Motion is passed.
Nice tie.
What was the count?
Million to one.
One opposed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I
7.
didn't- I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't see how you voted.
I was the only one that voted. I was the
That's
only one that
right.
voted no.
I couldn't remember if Peter voted.
Yes.
He does, okay. I was actually, I am for this, even though I lost my view because of a too tall building and every day I don't have my view anymore, but I really appreciate the amount of work that you guys have done. It is really, it's quite impressive and I do like the openings and I hope it works.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
But I'm looking forward to seeing the new design, only because I thought of New York skyscraper right off. So I appreciate that you guys are willing to come back.
We take the process seriously and we, from the very beginning, wanted to work together with the city to get this over. We understand that there's a lot here.
And I think people will really look favorably that you're willing to come back with color choices and
No, I go there almost every weekend.
It'll be a new experience for us. We'll figure it out.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
We take a 5-minute recess.
If anybody would like to leave for 5 minutes, you may.
5-minute break.
It is 9:37. Please be back in 5.
Yeah. It's like, well, holy- You're doing great.
Thank God.
Oh, it's from that accident I had 9 years ago.
Missed you. Welcome
I'll be all right.
back.
They did a
Thank you.
fusion on
When
my
did you
leg.
find out you were gonna be the big seat?
You already met.
When she came in the door.
A long time ago. When we went-
5:30, I got a photo of medical choice and I'm
Bruce.
like, oh my God, do I
This
need
is
to go there?
Crosswalk Marie. Crosswalk Marie, she's saying hi.
I have some more information for you.
Good.
But yeah, I had zero time to prepare and I was only all ready to sit and I had all my notes and I haven't had a chance to say anything.
You plug that one in, into the
Oh, you don't
laptop.
even have the TVs on?
Oh.
I am putting the camera to the thing, thinking people will look at this.
Yeah.
You got my PowerPoint on your machine?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I heard it just last week.
So we can, some of these we can pass on. The main thing is to get that screen
I
working.
worked with him years ago in conservation and it was awful.
Peter's not on Zoom anymore, so we can.
He ripped through terrain like it was butter, no caring. Oh, boy. This one.
I'll double check tomorrow to confirm that one.
Oh.
Sarah, where have you been?
I injured my neck. Actually, I have to have surgery.
Oh,
But
God.
it's a little better now, so.
You didn't need to wear a halo, I hope.
No,
Okay.
no, I was like this. for a while.
Oh, my God.
No, well, yeah, I crashed a hoverboard. So I have 5 discs in my
gosh.
neck that are pushing on my spinal
Playing with the
cord.
kids hoverboard?
Bad idea.
We won't do that again?
No.
Sarah, we haven't
Dangerous.
met. I'm Sue.
I see little kids going.
Saw each other on Zoom with that.
Yeah.
I remember, it wasn't that many years ago, my dad jumping on.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's that HDMI.
Shit, I comes a broken hip.
You made it.
Yeah, got on and off quick.
But it's bad. It was not good.
Wow.
Just,
I don't have.
Yeah.
But it's doing great.
But I
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
sit
Oh,
with
no.
a no for a
All right.
while because it was yelling. So that was the most.
Next time, I gotta leave it.
Where'd they do the surgery?
So no, I haven't had it yet.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do it. Luckily, I'm gonna go somewhere in Boston. I'm waiting for my client. So I said, anesthesiologist down there.
Oh, yeah,
So
no,
I'm
I
trying
do
to
too.
figure out-
And looking, I've been doing law workshops.
The ordinance is.
My best friend's wife just had pins and rods in her back. They
Yeah.
went-
Can't stop anything, actually. That, I'm so glad you mentioned that. And then I'm so glad he mentioned have them come back. I naturally they would come back. I thought that was under the assumption. I'm like, oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, it's improved. big time. I couldn't even lift soda can out my, like,
That's what we got. That's all right.
There are.
Good.
So I couldn't really stop.
Could be worse. What action you do.
Yeah, and I had a really bad concussion, so I had to do therapy for that.
3,500 more votes coming in. He's absolutely right. They are gonna be.
Yeah, it was a big one. He said the concussion that I had was.
They have one on Winter's
Just not nearly anything.
I go over to kill him.
What can you do?
I
I got her.
Oh, no,
Said I
I knew
guess I
that was,
should.
yeah.
Maybe. I feel like you're like more limber though. You know? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I went up some weekend and I landed on my neck.
At noontime, the guy comes up yelling at her.
But it's like.
That's
Somebody else
I
is
know it's
teaching.
horrible now.
He's now
I
moved
don't
to
have
Merida,
Like,
so he
they
must
can
have
put
something.
But I actually started therapy in a couple weeks. I had to postpone that because my schedule was So I figured I'd start that one.
Because that will do.
They won't want to.
Do we have a
They're
ramp?
not gonna be open to the public. I used to do that.
I did. I mean, I was pretty confident. Once I saw this, I knew I was jumping out of the back of the truck.
Yeah, weird things about you.
I was an electrician for years.
Oh my God, you're leaving?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the most important one, Bruce.
Yeah, you
oh my
guys.
God.
Oh.
That's what it's board members. think we have to do.
Yeah, he works for Irish Electric. He was at R&T. Yes, yeah. Yeah, he was at R&T. He just left there actually.
This is not next to come.
All I'm saying.
He's been at Irish. He does their estimating mostly, but didn't even bother to go check it out. So that's really softer hands now. So I figured that I would
Let's look at the
wait.
map.
Oh,
Yeah. So I didn't feel for that. They would put-
This is now.
yeah, he was.
All I know is that tower.
Yeah.
is not big.
I mean.
Yeah, he literally went from military to.
Tower out.
Yeah.
Okay.
RMTs.
Oh, boy.
mean, they've been around a long time.
This looks very nice. Now, where exactly are
Yes.
they gonna be?
Those are the retail.
I get out
Oh,
of it about something big,
My brother's
big
is right here.
green open space, it's just in front of Cumberland Farm.
Oh,
We went to the brewery.
so this is that whole
Yeah, it
green,
is, it is.
beautiful green.
Yeah. Couple
Okay.
houses here, the breweries over here.
That still gives you a reason.
Oh, I didn't realize that was so close. They seem much farther away.
And these.
But you know, that's just the nature of boat storage. You know, that guy.
Yeah, that was a
So, see, right now, it's just.
My husband's gonna take over. Yeah.
Oh, like when it's- yeah, but-
That's gonna be nice.
But to Mike's point,
My husband was
that's-
gonna buy it from him and then.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't
We just
seem like
didn't
the
want to
density's that much for the size of the project.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, right. It's hard to, you know.
We saved the best for last. Is that what we're doing?
That's a breeze.
Great.
What's the matter?
Fun happenings, all exciting things. going on.
Sure, some.
It's, you know, it's good. We need development and growth.
May I start?
Yes.
Okay.
this
In the interest of time, we are going to start so that you guys can actually get home at a reasonable hour. Um,
Sorry. So much noise, I didn't hear your voice. in it.
I have a Belknap mill. I'm gonna. Ding, ding. We are up to 143 Endicott Street North. This is a proposal to construct 49 townhouse style units and a clubhouse with entrances off Endicott and Tower Street, along with some drainage, grading, landscaping, and lighting. Is the application ready for acceptance?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could
I'll take
somebody,
a motion to
thank
accept.
you.
PL 2021-0128 SP 0129 SU for 143 Endicott Street North.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Raise our hands.
All those in favor? Bless you all. We will get there. Hi.
Hi, I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of Maggiore Maggiore Companies of Woburn, Mass. Matt Maggiore is here with me tonight. He's also a part-time resident of Laconia. And he is a major developer in the Boston area and he's decided to focus some of his creativity and expertise on Lewis Beach. He'll be talking to you shortly. I'm attorney Phil Brouillard. I'm basically presenting this project with the help of our development team, including Matt, Chris Mullen, the architect, and John Roki, well known to all. Basically speaking, what I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about this project. It's actually 48 units with a clubhouse and a pool. That's a typo, 49. We're entitled to 49, but we're going for 48. And basically, what we're going to do right now is we're going to talk about what the Maggiore company is bringing to this project. And I'm going to ask Paul to get up and have a few words. Matt.
Sure. So good evening. For the record, Matthew Maggiore, 13 Wheeling Ave, Woburn, Mass. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening regarding our proposed residential townhouse project at 143 Endicott Street. A little background on the company. Maggiore Companies is a 45-year-old real estate development, design, build, general construction company. We have a lot of experience with large-scale multifamily projects, retail, commercial, restaurant, automotive, flex industrial. We've been at the same location in Woburn since 1976. In our career, we've developed about 30 million square feet of commercial property, and close to 700 condominiums and apartments throughout New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts. A couple of examples of our projects that Chris has up on the screen. recently completed this 112 unit townhouse project in Woburn. The other one on the screen is a flats building that we constructed in Wakefield. It's a mixed-use building at the train station in Wakefield, Mass. Another 29-unit project coming to you at in Somerville, right at Davis Square. Folks are familiar with that area.
Okay, and Matt's going to come back and talk to us about community outreach and the traffic issues. But right now, I'd like to turn it over to our architect and land planner, Chris Mullen, to show you how we came up with the land plan and land design for the project. And an overview of the project, rough outline visually.
Hi, my name is Chris Mulhern. Harrison Mulhern Architects is my business. It's located in Winchester, Massachusetts. I'm sure you're all familiar with this location. It's 8.6 acres on the north side of Endicott Street North. The parcel has terrific views to the north and to the east, with a lake in the foreground. It's Meredith Bay, obviously, and then mountains in the distance. The Maggiores wanted us to prioritize capturing these views for the maximum number of townhouses on the site. While the parcel doesn't look particularly steep in these pictures, the site survey told a different story. Once we had the topography, we started to look at the slopes. This diagram shows what we found. The total grade change is 58 feet across the site from the northwest corner to the southeast. The land starts at a more or less level area in the northwest corner. It slopes down in 3 directions to a larger level area in the center, and then continues on down to the southeast all the way to the property corner. The slopes range from 7% to 20% in various areas of the parcel. The main section having slopes of 10 to 17%. The lighter color area here on the left is a levelish portion in the middle. Everything else is sloped. This little early sketch shows our approach to maximizing the views. We thought the units on the uphill side of the driveways could be a garage under type and have the living levels up on top, whereas those on the downhill side would have the living levels on the garage entry level and the bedrooms down below. Here's an early site plan, early concept plan. What we're trying to do here is to have the drive aisles or the driveways follow the contours to the maximum extent possible, knowing that when they climbed the slopes, the units were going to have to follow the roadway up and down the hills. So here's the developed site plan. It basically has 2 parallel access drives connecting from the main entrance off of Endicott Street to a pair of exits on Tower Street. 48 unit townhouses are grouped into duplexes and quads, stepping up and down the hillside following the drives. Each unit has a garage and a driveway parking space with additional visitor parking scattered along the drive lanes. The shared clubhouse, pool, putting green, and pickleball court are located on the top of the hill at the west edge of the site. This site section shows how the townhouses step down the slope towards the view. The ones at the top of the grade in building F have their main living spaces above the garage and bedroom levels, giving them views over the units in building H and N, which have their main spaces on the entry level and the bedrooms down below. Low slope roof elements keep the sight lines clear. This view looking northwest shows the arrangement with the units in the back looking over those in the center. The overall concept for the development, mountain meets modern, is embodied in the form and details of these units, but more about that later. This view looking east and south down the hill on Endicott shows how the units follow the grade of the road. This is the Google Earth overview showing the overall arrangement and the relationship to the lake in Meredith Bay. Now it's John's turn to talk about the details of the site design.
Correct.
Good evening, John Roki with Roki Consulting. I've been working on this project with these guys for a while, in the preliminary stages and trying to get it in a form that works with this site. I've been looking at this site for years with Al Mitchell, and I think this is by far the best thing that we've ever come up with for it. To start off with, the main entrance to the site is going to be on Endicott Street. We've been working with the state of New Hampshire pretty extensively over the years on the different proposals. And we're lining up the main entrance of this project right across the street from Meredith Bridge. So the main entrances of the two developments will be right in line with each other. That's where the traffic study, all the traffic studies we've done, all the traffic studies show that most people are going to go in and out that entrance. The Tower Street entrances that we have are mostly for, we feel it's going to be exiting the site and making sure no delivery trucks get kind of stuck down in the end as they're coming down to towards Tower Street. Like they said, the upper and lower units, the upper and lower roadways, everything kind of steps with the grade. The roads run parallel with slopes, kind of like a ski slope. So we have an upper and lower level. All the units look down over the top of each other. And what that does is it allows us to split the drainage up into two areas. Let's see what we got here. You know what? I actually have my site plan.
You tell me.
This is-
It escaped.
Okay, and then, hold on. Yep. I can go up to this. Yep.
That mouse too.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. So along down on the lowest part of the site, the two lowest parts of the site right here, we have a detention pond and we have another detention pond over here. All the drainage gets caught with with basically a closed drainage system. This definitely rises to the level of alteration of terrain. We've made the alteration of terrain application already. We've also made the state of New Hampshire driveway permit application. I've been talking with Dave Sylvia about this project already. And they actually issued a letter today saying that there will not be any improvements that need to be made to Endicott Street. With some of the prior proposals, there was talk about having to widen Endicott Street, but Endicott Street North, but with this, there are no off-site improvements. What we've done is we've added a whole bunch of extra parking. I know that whenever we're doing condominium projects, there's always concern about guest parking along with what the residents need. We do have 2 spaces per unit, 1 car in the driveway. We made sure all the driveways are long enough that the car sits out in the front of the driveway and in the garage. So I think we're at 37 spaces, 37 extra spaces. So not quite every single unit has 3 units or three available spaces, but most of them do. So we have a good amount of extra parking. We put the clubhouse up in this area and it's going to be really well landscaped and shielded from Warner and the Cumberland Farm Station. They have some good amenities with the pool, the clubhouse. They have pickleball court, a little putting green. They have a bunch of good stuff for the residents. We have a sidewalk that runs all the way along here, down through the development and out to Endicott Street to tie in with the existing sidewalk that's out there. And then we ran sidewalk along on the inside edge all the way over to these units. So within the development, people can walk around and get out to the existing sidewalks. So we made it kind of a walkable community. One thing that we had discussed with the TRC, and we're actually going to add it in on our final version of this, is a walkway that runs from this parking space here over to this area. So the people going to the clubhouse from the bottom area can basically cut straight through on a walk path. The utilities are set up. It's municipal water, municipal sewer, underground electric. We did a water test on the basically tying into Tower Street in our 2 locations to create a full loop of the water system. All the units are going to be sprinklered. So the water tests that we did, that we definitely have enough flow to do sprinklers on everything. The sewer gravity's out to the existing system out in Tower Street, and we're doing a third-party review with DPW on that to make sure capacities all work out. But so far everything's going well with that. A bunch of the site gravities, but we also have a section down in this area that the units have to go into a pump station and back up into one of our own manholes within the site. So I believe it's the lower 15 units or so that go into a smaller pump station and go back into the gravity system within our own site. Water loops. Like I said, we've made the alteration of terrain application, the DOT application, the sewer extension application. We're trying Oh yeah, we're going back to TRC with addressing all the comments that we got at TRC 1. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back in front of them with the idea that we're going to have a basically signed off plan from the city of Laconia, all the departments, all our third-party reviews, and be back before you next month with a plan that would be ready for approval, hopefully. That's kind of where we're at right now with the plans. I mean, we're.
Okay, John, maybe we'll have Chris come up and talk about the architecture, which I think is very exciting.
How do we get to the, back to the?
And might segue.
Would it be okay to ask questions why they're here before we hear everything? So it's fresh on his mind and my mind. Is that okay? All right?
We're trying to move the presentation along.
Yeah, I would, Charlie, go ahead and just jot it down.
That's fine. No,
Make sure you
that's
guys
fine.
at least see everything and everyone in the audience sees everything, and then we can definitely answer questions.
Because it might get answered.
Anyway, this is Chris Mulhern, and he's going to speak about the architecture of the different buildings.
Here I am again.
And some of the, I think the board will find some of the textures and materials to be really new and exciting as well.
So, as I mentioned, our goal is to maximize the views from all of these units. And what I want to do now is just walk you through quickly the various types of units that we have. We have a total of A, B, C, D, 5 types. And so first, starting at the top of the hill, we have 14 what we call type A units. These are in 5 buildings, 3 duplexes and 3 quads. You can see them indicated with the letter A on this plan, and one is outlined. These units, these townhomes are arranged on 3 levels. Partial lower level has an entry, a garage, and storage areas. You can see that in the left-hand plan here. The second floor, the middle level, has 3 bedrooms and a rear walkout to either to grade or to a deck, depending on which building it is. And then the upper level has the main living spaces. So living, dining, kitchen, powder room, and a large deck are on the top level. This is the front elevation of one of the duplexes, building D, and you can see how these stack up. Garage doors and entries at the lower, bedrooms on the middle floor, and then living rooms and kitchens and decks on the top level. This is the side view of building D. You can see how this works with the grade. It's garage under, entry on the right side, and then the grade is sloping up so that when you get to the left side of the building, we're walking out at the second level of the plan. The 10 two-story type B units are designed to step down the steepest part of the access drive. So the type Bs have bedrooms located on the first level along with the entrance and the garage. This level is walkout at the rear, it goes right out to grade. The main living areas, the living room and dining room and kitchen and the powder room are located on the second floor. And these also have a generous deck at this level. The main stair leads up to the roof level, which also has a deck. This roof level affords views over the buildings to the north. In order to accommodate the slope of the hillside and the access drive, these quad buildings have 3 different entry levels or elevations. The units on each end are 4 feet above and below the 2 units in the middle. There are planted retaining walls between the entrances to differentiate and to accommodate the grade change. This is the rear elevation of the same building. You can see the relationship to the grade and to the elevated decks. This view looking south down Endicott Street shows building B's, type B units stepping down the hill. The building on the left in this view is the building D that we looked at a minute ago. The center of the site houses 13 type C and 7 type C1 units. You can see the Cs marked here in red. The Cs are inverted. These homes have the bedrooms with walkout patios on the first floor. They have the entrance, the garage, and the main living spaces on the second floor. End units in the quad buildings in this area are type C1. C1 is the same as type C, it has an additional bedroom on the second floor. So it has an additional bedroom directly off the main living space. This is the front elevation of building G, which is a type C buildings, C units in the middle and type C1 on either end. Here's the rear of the same building with the walkout bedroom levels and patios, and decks in the main living spaces up above. This view looking northwest at the center of the property shows the type B units on the left, type C and C1 in the middle, and the type A units in the background. Here's a site section again. The topography and the building designs work together to allow water views, one building over the next, all the way down. Finally, we have 4 type D units in a single quad building. Type D, like in dog, is the same unit as the B unit, with the exception of no roof deck on these. The lower height allows the type B units to look over these guys. Here's the front of the building with the type D units. Here's the rear. Each one has its own access from a private patio down to grade. This slide shows the proposed materials. This mountain meets modern idea suggests a mix of traditional and modern materials. So we have a stone veneer base on all of these buildings. We have in the center section a vertical shiplap siding with a wood finish on it. And then the wings and projected elements are more modern synthetic siding. The windows will be high efficiency clad units, a combination of fixed and operable lights with low E glass. And then the eave rake and other trims will be painted synthetic products, either in AZAC or a Boral. So it's a low maintenance finish. The clubhouse, the shared facilities are located at the west edge of the site. The clubhouse will be designed in the same vernacular, same partie as the residential units. The clubhouse will house changing rooms for the pool and hot tub, offices, a snack bar, conference spaces, a game room, pool equipment, and a small gym. This is the landscape plan. Yes. So this is the landscape plan. This preliminary landscape plan The main feature is that we have deciduous street trees on both sides of the access drives all the way through the property. So you can see on that board that there are a bunch of trees. We have a heavily planted evergreen buffer along Warner Avenue and along where we have direct abutters to the property. The idea is to screen our property from the Cumberland Farms and from our direct neighbors. We're carrying the evergreens down Endicott. We want to make at least a partial buffer between the highway and the residential units. We want that to be semi-transparent, so there's some view into the site and through the site, but still there's a buffer to the roadway. The retention ponds will have special planting to try to mitigate the look of those, especially the forebay where the water first hits, that are kind of rocky and not that nice to look at. And then each unit has an ornamental planting bed at the front door. So there's a driveway, a walk, and a planter at the front of each unit. Between the buildings, there are low ornamental trees and deciduous trees, and evergreens that allow the views to go over the plant material. I want to just back up and talk about the height. The grade slope all over the place. We're going to be no more than 35 feet above the average grade at any building on this site. And the tallest units are the type A's, the 3-bedroom units, the 3-level units, and those are topping out at about 30 feet above the average grade at the moment. But again, it varies by building. We'll study it on each building and make sure that we're in compliance. That's all I have. This is Matt again to talk about.
I'm going to have John and Matt speak about traffic issues. John alluded to it briefly, but talk about traffic and community outreach that Matt has made on behalf of his company to the abutters, and as well as we've had Steve Pernaugh, the traffic engineer, study this matter, and he's made recommendations. And John has worked with the DPW at the TRC level. So if you guys want to speak to that.
Sure. So just in general, on any development project, we're big proponents of community outreach. And we've already engaged in conversations with all of our abutters. We sent them letters and had a Zoom meeting last week, and I actually met on site with a couple of them today, because we truly do care about what they have to say and their concerns. And we try to work together, as a team to try to get to a place that works for everybody. So we have been working on that. We're going to continue to do so every step of the way. Obviously, hopefully it gets approved, and even during construction, we want to be approachable. If there's an issue, we want to know about it and make sure people were being as the least disruptive as possible, granted it's construction.
In terms of the traffic, Steve Pernaugh had done the full traffic study for the 48 unit project specifically. That has been turned into the state of New Hampshire. They're reviewing that. One thing that I've worked, right in the very beginning, I worked pretty extensively with Krista at DPW on how to have entrances onto Tower Street, because Tower Street is narrow, it's steep. What we ended up coming up with is basically having little islands off of Tower Street as we come into each of these entrances, with the idea that we could have the upper lane a little bit higher than the lower lane. And if there were cars coming in and turning down into the site, just in case you start sliding going around the corner, you have basically a curb stop that you aren't going to slide into anybody else. In Steve Pernaugh's report, he anticipates that most of the traffic is still going to go out onto Endicott Street, because if you think about it, if you come out onto Tower Street, no matter which way you go on Tower Street, you end up going around to Endicott Street. You end up on Endicott no matter what. There's no way out of Tower Street without being on Endicott Street. So we anticipate most people are going to go out to Endicott Street directly. There's a turn lane out there. It's just the better way to go. And that's what Steve Pernaugh's report has basically anticipated. We've looked at we actually, Matt actually met with the neighbors out there, trying to locate how the driveways are coming out according to their individual houses. That's what this, oh, I went too far, one back.
So we actually met
Yeah.
this afternoon or noon today, and I roughly marked out with spray paint the two entrances onto onto Tower and basically the center of those roadways where the island would be. Just because there was a concern raised about headlights and alignment of those homes, and we think we explained properly, where we're at with that, and we don't see any major issues with headlights based on the alignment of our roads and the houses across the street.
That concludes our presentation, keeping in mind this is a public hearing. And our goal for you folks tonight is to have the public hearing and continue it and table it till the next meeting, so we can present further plans and any results of the plan changes from the TRC. But at this point, we'd love to answer any questions that any board member has, and then as the chairman sees fit. Any questions there?
Perfect, thank you. Charlie, I know you're dying.
I'm not dying, but I just didn't want you to forget me.
I never.
Thank you. Nice to see you in person, John.
Yes. Good to be
Not
seen in
that you look
person.
bad on the
Yeah.
screen, but it's just nice to see you. Been a while.
Yep. Yep.
I agree with you. Probably most people will go out onto Route 3. That being the case, why have anything on Tower Street other than an emergency exit or something?
You have to have, we looked at having gated accesses onto Tower Street, but if you, here, if I go to my plan.
Also, there's such a height difference between those two
Well-
entrances on Endicott Street. There's almost a 20-foot elevation difference.
No, if you look at this, you're coming, say these people are coming down to their house, or like UPS or
Tower Street?
FedEx. Yeah,
Are we talking Tower Street?
yeah.
Okay.
So within the development,
Coming toward Tower.
somebody is driving down through the development.
Yeah.
They're delivering a package to somebody down on the end. There's no place to turn around. Like we can't make like a hammerhead or anything like that.
Okay.
So we can't like block somebody from just being stuck down on the end.
Okay.
So we needed to have access out, and we anticipate that that's most of the traffic that's going to go out. I mean, it might be like a delivery vehicle or a Amazon van coming down there, a post office. People will occasionally go out there. I mean, we're not saying nobody is going to go out onto Tower Street. Tower Street is really steep. I mean, we just feel like most people are going to be like, this is the easy way to go. We have a nice access onto Endicott Street. We feel like the residents and the people going back and forth there are just going to naturally gravitate that way mostly.
And based on the traffic report, leaving Endicott at peak times, we were looking at calculate a 1% impact on traffic flow from the main entrance.
That's Saturday afternoon.
And Saturday
3 to
afternoon.
4 in 2018, which we haven't seen traffic like that. since
You talking about the summertime or the fall or the
Yeah,
winter?
the basis,
Peak time.
the baseline was 2018, July at 3 to 4 PM.
Not on a weekend though, but on.
On a weekend, yes, Saturday afternoon.
It's good to know that. Okay.
Well,
No,
no,
Steve
so
Purnell had done all those counts at the high traffic volume time for the event center. And that was why the event center generated a lot more traffic than this. And that's why we were having to do all the improvements. But by doing the 48 units, the state of New Hampshire has always said that's dramatically less impact than what we were looking at before. So this is the better way to go. And
And if it's 1% on Endicott, it's going to be dramatically less on.
Well,
Tower.
I'm encouraged that you've been talking to the people who live on Tower Street, and I'll be interested to hear what they have to say. The only other thing, John, is that I don't live up there, but that's kind of my blood up there because of my
Oh, I know.
job and growing up here. And I hope that when you come back, that somehow you've been able to get the state to you've got a breakdown lane, basically, right in that area where you're talking about putting your entrance on Route 3. You know, the white lines are out far there for whatever reason.
Yep.
They shrink down up the road, but right there, they're at their widest point.
Yep.
And it would seem to me that a a turn lane coming down the hill to make a left turn into that property, you're not proposing that, correct? Because you
No.
said the state doesn't need it.
One thing you need to know, though, is they're moving an entrance down.
I know that.
Meredith Bridge. So it's gonna be a great big area there between their entrance and their
Yeah,
entrance.
which
So
makes
there's
even
a-
more congestion,
No, which
potentially,
gives you more room.
to swing around,
Yeah,
but not to, can cars get around you then if you stop to make a left turn?
there's more room.
Well, if there's more room, then I would love to see you guys get the state to say, you know what, we'll put the lines in there to do that, because I can see on busy weekends, never mind 4th of July or motorcycle week, I can see the potential there of rear ends from people stopping. And if the traffic's heavy, which it, whatever the count is, we all live here, we know how heavy it gets there in the summer, especially on weekends, never mind the holidays. A car stopping to make a left-hand turn there potentially can back that traffic up to Cumberland Farms, because everybody's not great about letting people in, especially on a grade where they're chugging to get up that hill. So that's just an observation I have. I hope that you guys will think about that when you come back, because I think that's very important. I know this, I don't know what your numbers are. You don't, the state's saying you don't meet the magic number that apparently we have to have on the boulevard, where there's a development there, and they've put in a left-hand turn there, and going up 11B, you guys are familiar with that? Well, look at here. There's a turn lane that's been required there by the state. So I don't understand the difference.
We're certainly gonna consider it, and we'll have some type of
'Cause,
response.
yeah.
But so far, the state's issuing a
Yeah, I
letter,
know.
John, that says
Yep.
that that's adequate.
One of the things that we have going for us is we also, in situations like that, I mean, like, I know motorcycle week, I mean, that's just gonna be solid traffic.
Yeah.
But in those cases, the people would have the option to turn on Tower Street and go down in.
No, because that's closed, that's.
Oh, it
closed-
isn't?
That's closed the cars down there all
Oh,
week.
okay.
Well,
Then they can.
residents would,
Huh?
residents would.
No, it's closed to cars, period. You can't go on Tower Street and make a right turn. It's closed. You can't even make a left turn. It's closed the cars the whole week.
Barricade right in front of Suzanne's house. It stops.
So but forget motorcycle week.
Okay.
I'm thinking of the rest of the time, but I think for safety's sake, if there's a way for you guys to get the state to do whatever they got, I'm not asking you to tear up everything, but I think the road's wide enough there that with a bit of mitigation, you can make that turn lane there. I think it's the safest way to go, and I hope you guys consider it.
Any other questions?
Actually, Charlie, if I could piggyback on that. I really like your plan.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It, when I first glanced at it though, I saw the circles on Tower Street and I think I thought that was gonna be like a cul-de-sac. And the road just swooped around. And then I thought you could have a second entrance on Endicott. Just to avoid that whole, because I just feel like that street is so narrow. And I know, when I looked closer, obviously I saw it wasn't a cul-de-sac.
A true cul-de-sac, we'd probably lose 8 to 10 units if you were to try to put a cul-de-sac on the property.
Yeah, and one of the other things that we looked at with an early concept, like if you're looking at this, we were gonna try to come down here and then connect down the upper road to the lower road. But there's like 18 feet of difference.
Yeah.
So there's no way to connect them because, I mean, Tower Street is going down so steeply that if you were gonna try to run, I mean, anything you would be trying to connect our upper and lower road within the site.
Even steeper.
It'd be just as steeper to try to connect them. We were trying to do a full loop system where nobody would ever get in a dead end area.
That's what I was
and
hoping.
There's just no way to do it with the whole site sloping from side to side. You can't get the units in and you can't get the roads to work without having an upper and a lower road, basically.
And I was also trying to figure out where, how snow removal would work and where Snow.
We actually have, I mean, if you look along this whole inside edge here, I mean, all of this is available for snow
Okay.
storage. And along the outer edge of this parking area, I mean, we have a lot of road area that does not have units on it.
And the plan provides in the boilerplate that the snow storage area is fully retractable.
Okay.
Yep.
Counselor.
As a retired police chief here in the city, I would tell you, I support the idea that you ought to talk to DOT about putting it, I mean, we're talking about some paint. Could give you a turn lane there to, so the traffic could get by while your folks are trying to get in. Just a comment, I ask you to at least ask about it. The other thing is, forgive my ignorance, but what's a Cape Cod berm?
It's a bitumen,
It's a paved curb.
It's like basically the curb that
very
goes
shallow
up at just a slight angle that you can, like if you're driving along, you can actually go up on it.
It's the one they have a little machine that they put the asphalt in and they just go along the side of the road and fix it.
It's a short curb that.
I just wanted to demonstrate my ignorance. That's all.
Yeah, no,
This site will be a challenge with that type of curb plowing.
Yeah.
With the grades you've got in there, it's gonna be a challenge.
Do it at high speed.
no, there's no high speed anything.
Big blower.
You know, we'll be here for questions next time.
Yeah.
Is there any more questions from the board? So we go to-
Yeah, we definitely want to get some input from the public, so we know what the concerns are.
I can't wait.
I might add one last thing, and that is I have A and B and G. I didn't know we had a G. I didn't hear.
Building G.
Buildings that have letters and the unit types have letters, so there's a little bit of confusion.
Okay.
But there are buildings A through Q.
Yeah, before we had actually put like unit 1, 2, 3, 4, like actually numbered them through, it was basically just by building. It was building A, building B, building C. So that's kind of what.
Okay. I just thought I'd
Yep.
missed one or something. Thanks.
Any other comments from the board? Then I'm going to open it to the public hearing at 10:27. Anybody like to come up and speak? If you could give your name.
I'm Porky Sarsfield. I live at 91 Tower directly across. Could you bring up that screen that shows the property on Tower across the road?
Yeah, that one.
First of all, there's only 2 abutters here tonight. Several of them beat us to Florida, so they're not here. There probably a couple of them are Zooming. I think what I say would be, I think the sentiment of the rest of the butters on Tower Street. That's who they are, right? So I don't think anybody's against the project. Obviously, it's going to be pretty great project with new neighbors and everything else. But the first question I have is for you, John. Al Mitchell, I know Al very well.
Yep.
And when he was originally doing his condominium design, all right, he did not have 2. Am I right or wrong?
Correct.
Okay, so
He was doing, what he was doing was a convention center though, and the only thing going out the tower was basically an emergency exit. He had it, the way his laid out, he had an entrance onto Warner and on Endicott.
but he went to a condo development.
No, we never did anything with condos. We did a self-storage and we did the event center.
Oh, maybe it didn't involve you, because I saw plans where there was
Oh,
maybe
there
48
was- there
condos.
was-
huh?
There was like a concept plan we put together. That
Okay.
was nothing that was ever submitted to the
Okay,
city.
so with that in mind,
It was-
though, okay, I
yeah.
mean, there was originally some concept.
We had never even fleshed that out.
Okay.
Like we basically dropped some buildings on to see how it fit. and
Okay,
we
so my
never-
frame
we
of
didn't-
reference for, for what I'm gonna say
Yep.
was, there was nothing other than an emergency exit on the lower part of tower with that whatever was being talked about at that time. Now,
There
apparently
was-
never got anywhere, with the city. Okay.
There
That
may
kills
have
that
been,
idea.
by the time we actually got it worked out into a plan, there probably would have been. What you have seen, I basically just took some buildings and dropped them on the site just to see how it fit.
Okay,
together.
so everybody on that street up to this point thought whatever was gonna be done here was gonna have an emergency exit only, okay? And everything was done on Route 3, right? So now we're seeing this, and Matt's been very gracious to engage, several of us to talk about it and meet and everything else. So obviously, they can do whatever they want, but as a butters, we are concerned with, and everybody knows it, you know what Tower Street's like, okay? There's no sidewalks, there's foot traffic up down the middle of the road. I almost had a head-on just the other day coming over that crest. So our concerns are still about additional traffic leaving or entering from Tower into this new development. And, potentially stopping and somebody come over the hill, safety issues, okay? Nothing to do with me personally, it's not gonna affect my life, but from a standpoint of the city and Dean's involvement or whatever, and what goes on here, it seems to me that the input from you guys is more important than anything I could say and some of the abutters can say about additional traffic on that street coming in and going out in two particular locations, So I'll leave that to you guys as far as whether that's not a concern or is a concern. Standpoint of the city's involvement with that. So jumping to water and sewer, when you have to, do you know where you're gonna be breaking into Tower Street at all yet?
Yeah, it's gonna be, it is, the water is gonna be basically straight off from each of the entrances.
Yeah.
And the sewer, there's a sewer manhole about right in this,
Okay.
about right in this area. Like if you guys can all see my mouse, there's a sewer manhole about right here. And then the water would just come basically straight in the
But
entrances.
Dean would acknowledge that those catch basins down there are a mess, up and down that street. So whatever you're gonna do is gonna, at least in some spots, is gonna improve that just by the nature of this project, and the city's not touching the other ones really at this point. So headlights for me is still a concern, nothing I can do about it, but I went out last night, put my car over there and drove in the dark, and headlights are hitting my house and everything else, but again, maybe there's nothing I can do about that.
And your house is this one right here.
Right here.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This one is actually pretty good because as you're coming out,
I did it last night.
Okay.
Just so you know, right? I know it's a little bit up to the left,
it's
uphill.
like it should be facing like up your driveway and not necessarily right into
But
the
if
house.
if
but-
they're driving out right here,
Oh,
I
yeah.
did it last night,
Yep.
headlines right into my
Okay.
driveway area, and then when you should turn down.
Yep.
It goes right into my.
Oh,
area.
yeah, yep.
Okay, so,
Okay.
again,
That's
probably nothing I can do about
Yeah.
it, right?
Landscaping.
So we talked about the dynamiting that's gonna have to take place out there. Apparently, I understand by code or whatever, by formality, that you have to, I got a 130-year-old foundation, and whatever you do might shake my house, I don't know. And however that process is, I think you said you engage us prior to that all happening and everything else,
I can
right?
talk on that. So before any blasting occurs, and we don't know the extent at this point, we still need to do some probing to determine the extent of ledge, but we use a bona fide contractor that does pre-blast surveys of, a certain proximity, exterior photographs, videos, interior, if the folks allow us, and then it's documented if there was ever, something compromised, it would be handled.
Oh, nice.
When you're doing like main drilling and blasting would be one of the companies that you could use. But they go around and like Matt said, I mean, you have to document everything all the way around you. And when you're working in like an urban area, the blasts are generally a smaller blast. It isn't like a quarry blast where a whole big chunk comes off. And you have to have mats down on the top of everything, like the big blast mats. So basically when the blast happens, the mat goes up in the air a little bit and that's all that happens. It isn't like anything dramatic. There's not rocks flying around.
Another thought, when those condos were built, you don't see them on this picture, but just north of me on Tower, there's 6 condos up there. When they did that, I assume the city forced them to put in a strip of a sidewalk, right? Just asphalt sidewalk. It's useless, to be honest, but it's a new question for me. Is there any discussion from the city at all about where you force the condos to do something for a walkway? Is there going to be something that speaks to that at all along this new development? That's another question. It's probably useless because there's no other sidewalk on the damn street, so.
Yeah, DPW did say something in their TRC memo that they do not support sidewalk on Tower Street. Like they don't want to introduce it on Tower Street.
Because it's
So like
okay.
they wouldn't it would be something they would have to maintain, and there's nothing to maintain.
No,
It would be like a little chunk of.
I
sidewalk
understand.
nowhere.
Yeah, I know. It's safer to walk in the middle of the street, I think, you know.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Marie Maglione Bright. I live at 40 Memory Lane. Across from Cumberland. I came here for a sidewalk, but I have to address your driving. We have a cutaway to turn into our memory lane. And I suggest it's a good idea to get one because people come up your butt and they fly up and down the street.
What is it?
A cutaway to get, so you can make a turn. To make a left turn, yeah, just because I'm here for a sidewalk, I would like them to put in a sidewalk.
Where?
I've been,
On Tower Street?
no, on the crosswalk. You know, I always do that. It's a sidewalk, crosswalk. Sorry, I get it.
Endicott Street, right?
Across Endicott Street.
Yep, no,
yes.
that is part of what we've been talking to DPW about, where we are gonna participate in getting that put in.
In cost.
In
Participate
cost. Yep.
It's in your, and where are you gonna
For,
put it?
it's like right across, like basically at Hilliard Road, I believe, like. Warner and
Hilliard
Hill-
and Hilliard.
Yeah, wherever DPW has anticipated putting it
That's
across,
right.
we're gonna work with them on
I'll
that
take
on
it.
cost,
I'll
yes.
take it.
So,
I'm sorry to interrupt, may I?
Yeah.
Did DPW give you an estimate of what it would cost for
Not yet.
this?
no.
Because we've looked at it and it was,
We were
Yep.
put on,
It's what
I was on a 10-year waiting list. for
Yeah,
this
what they
crosswalk.
were talking, what Krista has been talking about is similar to what we did at, what got put in at near Barton's, like where they're, wherever, the Barton, the old Barton's
Yeah.
place. They were doing, there's like little signals on each side of the road.
Yeah.
And basically the nice crosswalk.
hang on to your wallet.
Yep.
But
I
that
put you
should
on
solve.
my side. Stop telling them that.
No, no, no,
No,
no, I mean,
Contribute toward.
we said, they asked us to contribute toward it and we have agreed to
Well,
work
that's
with
fair
them on it
enough,
with a
yeah.
contribution to it.
and that
Yes.
gets us where we
That's
want to
a good
be.
Crosswalk, thank
Yep.
you. I appreciate that and
Put it
really
right
consider
in.
that.
No, it
cutaway
is.
because
We're-
it's- Take a
Yes.
look at it.
No, we are gonna participate in it.
Really make it.
Just a note on that, ma'am. Tomorrow there's a sidewalk with your developer.
I think, no, we're taking.
It's already there.
It's
Yeah.
already there. I gotta get up in 3 hours now.
I'm leaving at
That come
11.
over the microphone.
That's my bedtime.
Just, yeah, my wife's gonna get upset here.
Are there any more, in the interest of time? Oh, that is fine. Nope, 2 more.
Maybe, we'll see. Rob Donati, 104 Tower Street, so I'm directly the property that's, I'll be looking toward their first driveway, the first road that goes out onto Tower. So a couple things, this I'm right at the crest there and never mind when it's peak season, but people just stop at the top of the hill. They take pictures, they're taking pictures and videos as they're driving down that hill. Nothing that their development didn't start that, but I'm picturing if we're having delivery trucks driving out, and then, these are big trucks, they're not gonna get up and go like a regular truck is. They're gonna be going a lot slower as they're taking their left-hand turn to go up or their right-hand turn to go down. And I think it's the old phrase, an accident waiting to happen, it's gonna be huge. A couple of the things with that is I'm envisioning snow plows going straight out that road and going across Tower and leaving the remnants along Tower, so it's gonna create more of an ice there, of any overflow from snow. I know you were talking, I think, one of the guys there, Chris, maybe, about a walkway from the lower road up to the clubhouse area. If you have these two roads here, now, I know, Matt, you were talking about gates, maybe, a gated.
They'd all be gated.
So if these are gates, and I see a lot of other developments that a lot of people own golf carts. And if that's the case, they're not gonna take their golf cart and drive all the way around this development and all the way around to the pool. They're gonna go right out to Tower, go back up Tower and come back in with their golf cart. And we all know what the road is like already. I just see.
I mean, the golf carts, you can't do that legally anyway.
There's no place to park golf carts up by the clubhouse. I mean, this isn't gonna be a drivable community with golf carts.
It's too small of a community to people have golf carts, and you can't take them on the public road. So
Well, they're all out there. I know you can't, but and I'm not saying you
whether
guys
it's
could.
enforced is a different
Yeah,
story.
like the people that taking a left-hand turn on the marina, right? Same thing. So that's pretty much it. Like I like the project. I love the involvement that Matt and his team are doing, getting us involved and coming out and meeting us and all of that. But I just think, however, I think exits and entrances on a tower is gonna be a huge issue. But I understand the grade, I walked that hill, day in and day out, going up and down. So I know the grade, I know those are the big challenges there. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
In response to your snowplow issue going across the road, that is illegal.
Yeah, you can't do
They
that.
can't push across the city street.
No,
And you'd be surprised, DPW will come down on people.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. I apologize. We did ask our traffic engineer if he could make it tonight, and Steve had a different meeting this evening, but we anticipate he's gonna be available for the next meeting to answer any questions that anybody might have, and he's gonna look into all this stuff that on the Tower Street stuff specifically. So we'll have better answers on everything on that.
I actually saw a woman in white had raised her hand before. I just wanted to, you guys will all be heard.
Williams, I live on Tower Street also. One of the little arrows was pointing to my driveway, and I just wanted to reiterate some of the points that people brought up, and also to mention the storm drains that are on Tower Street. They dip down, and a lot of, I would say, a major portion of the cars, I know Porky probably has noticed it, they don't stay in their lane to go, so that they're not, you can bottom out on one of those drains. We hear cars slamming into those because they come flying up, they don't know it, and they slam into those storm drains. So a lot of the cars, and myself, sometimes I'm guilty of it, you're riding over the yellow line going up, so that, yeah. So, and they come flying up and down. And it's an accident. I've met tour buses that are coming up. And they're on the same. I was coming home, I came over the crest, and there was a bus right there halfway in my lane. So there's all these different things to consider on that road, being so narrow, and those storm drains, they don't keep people in their lane. They're in the middle. And there's a lot of pedestrians on the road too. They come down, they walk down into the weirs from the motels on the top. So, there isn't room to put sidewalks there. I understand that, but with the increased traffic and cars coming out, Healthy Association. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet you.
No, it's okay.
I didn't know about the meeting, but it is going to be dangerous. With the trucks going out slowly, and the cars, they fly up. and down that street pretty fast.
Well, and this is why they're here they want input and then this is not all set in stone. So I'm glad you came out, glad you spoke.
Sorry, I'm nervous in front of a bunch of people, but.
You and me both. So I think, yeah, we have, yes.
Just, I'm Paul DeFrank. I'm here as a friend of mine, Allison is online. She's gonna talk, but I just wanted to mention something that Charlie talked about as far as, because when I talked to Matt today, we talked about doing cul-de-sacs at the end of the roads. And he said, no, because you'd lose too many units. And that's correct. I understand that. But now we're talking about having entrances and exits on there because as far as I know, most delivery vehicles still have reverse. So you could pull into somebody's driveway and back up and pull out. I worked for the Postal Service for 45 years. I delivered for more than 38 years and backed up. You just got to be careful when you back up and you do it. But to have exits simply because you don't want somebody to back up is very laudable. But again, as most of these people have said, I believe the issue on Tower is safety, and that's what everybody's looking at, because you don't want somebody pulling out and hitting somebody that's walking up and down the street. In fact, remember the guy that went up and down the street on the wheelchair today while we were looking? There's a guy in a motorized wheelchair going down Tower today. And as we were there, a UPS truck was coming up Tower and over the yellow line. Because you can't, if you stay on one side or the other, you lose your jaw when you hit one of those grates. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I think Kirk had.
Well, I was just gonna make a couple of quick comments, and John could answer better than I can, because I'm only gonna guess. What is the number of units to have a second exit?
40, anything over 49, but like we
Over
don't, we don't
49,
need, we
okay.
don't need a second entrance
Well,
just
but the
because
other,
of the
okay,
unit count.
so my other comment that was gonna be not having a second exit and having a backup, obviously, in a new development wouldn't work for us. You know, it's not a reversing for a fire truck or a ladder truck. So large cul-de-sac, large hammerhead, or
Yeah.
second exit. So second exit certainly is.
Yeah,
you know,
for
we
fire-
would never
for fire
approve-
access, there'd
we
be
would
no
never
way you could
approve
ever-
anything
yeah.
without having really the second access.
Yeah. And the only, I mean, I know that you can kind of use driveways, but if somebody drives up and for some reason they need to try to back up into this one and there's a car parked in the driveway, then there's no place to go. I mean, it only works if there's nobody in the driveway where you're backing up to. And you know, if it isn't a weekend, that might be fine. I mean, a lot of these are probably gonna, I mean, just the nature of it is they're gonna probably be a lot of second homes. So it'll be, you know, a lot of weekend stuff and summer stuff and, you know, during the rest of the year, there's probably not gonna be a whole bunch. So.
Okay, so I think we're ready for the Zoom.
Were there sidewalks on Endicott Street, John?
Yes, there's sidewalk all the way along the whole front.
Very good.
Yes. And we actually connect our side, all of our internal sidewalks go out the main entrance and connect onto that sidewalk.
Very good.
We made all that walkable.
Do we have someone on Zoom? Mike, you're free to speak.
Yes, this is Mike Boards again. I had to leave to go home and feed my dog, but this community will be in the heart of where I live. I go up and down Tower Street probably 30 times a day in the summer and probably 5 times a day in the winter. They are correct about the grates in the street over there. I mean, I literally, when I'm coming up the hill, I tend to go in the wrong lane just so I don't hit them. So that is a concern and issue over there. I think overall the condos look beautiful. My major concern is I do not want to see traffic lights put in at an entrance. So as long as DOT does not do that, I am perfectly okay with it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
No problem.
Is there another one?
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, it's Allison again, 85 Tower. Couple of comments and then some definite questions. And I know some of you are ready to go home. Believe me, I'm visiting my 91-year-old aunt. The last night I have with her and she's asleep in the chair because I'm on this phone all night. But I really wish you'd all hang in there because if not, we're gonna have another meeting because it's only fair to us that if Thurston's got all that time that we should have ours and I'd appreciate that.
Well,
But anyway-
actually, Allison, keep in mind that there's no vote going on tonight.
Oh, that's very good. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So if you could ask your questions, that would be great.
Okay. So my first question is, what if Steve's anticipation is wrong about his thoughts that most people are gonna always use Endicott Street or most likely use Endicott Street? What are we gonna do? Can you hear? Can you hear
Did you
me?
what?
This is Matt. It's still a negligible impact on traffic. If you, regardless of people, I mean, these projects, the misnomer is there's all this traffic coming in and out of a project like this, and being a second home, probably predominantly a second home location, it's even less so. We built handfuls of these projects, and again, the the general misnomer is that these projects have massive amounts of traffic, and it's just not the case. It's a 1% increase in
Well,
traffic.
I
at
understand. I'm
peak
just,
times.
Okay, let us answer your question.
yeah.
And the other answer to your question is that Steve Perner has not only said that it's adequate, and the only plus or minus is at 3 to 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoons in the summer. But he also said that 75 to 80% of the traffic is going to go east towards the roundabout. So I find it hard to believe that people would go out Tower Street to go all the way down to the end and take a left when they could go to the entrance on the project and take a left. It's just counterintuitive that you go up and go out and go down when you could just go down. So that's another, it just doesn't make any sense.
I understand. Since 1998, when I bought myself my house, I have said, why is someone doing that? And this doesn't make sense. Probably 50 million times about the traffic on Tower Street. So I'm just saying, I'm thinking about, and I totally agree with the crosswalk over to the new development across from Cumberland Farms, because I myself walk there and it's taken forever to cross the street. But now I'm picturing this as a driver. We've got people turning into Cumberland Farms from both directions. Then we have a crosswalk, which I definitely think is necessary. So they're all stopping for that. And then they go a few more yards down the road and people are making a left into the new development and a right into Meredith Bridge, only to get stuck in the traffic where the Weirs Beach sign is, and then the circle, and then straight up to where, I mean, you can sit there and see the traffic straight up. And this isn't just peak summer hours, believe me. Whenever anything's going on or the sun is shining or the beach is open, it is a very busy street. So we're going to have a lot of stop and starting there and a lot of lines. I'm just letting you know it's going to happen. I do have a question about South Down and Meredith Bay. Do they have other openings somewhere? It looks to me like they have one entrance.
Meredith Bay is access from Endicott and Scenic Road.
They do. Okay. What about green space requirements? I'd like to know how far from the road the property has to have green space.
We need at least 60% green space, and I think we're at 63 or something like that. We meet the green space calc.
So, I mean, in feet, because Al Mitchell used to talk to me in feet about it, and he said, well, you have to have 35 feet of green space.
So do you mean the setback of the buildings or the road?
Setback of buildings and roadway, yes.
Yep, we meet all those setbacks as well.
Yeah, we're over by 3%.
No, she's talking about setbacks of
Oh,
the
we
buildings
meet
to
all
the
the
property
setbacks,
lines, to the property lines. Yeah.
So at some point, could you break that down for us on those of us in Tower Hill? Because we just want to make sure things that were mentioned to me seem to be a little bit different than what you're saying. So I just would like to know what your numbers are at some point, if you could get those to us.
Yep.
As far as,
Are you gonna be at 85 Tower Street where we could mail it to you or what?
No, we have it.
I can give you an address. I can give you an email, whatever you
Yeah,
need.
if you send an email address into the planning department and we'll send you plans directly with some dimensions.
Allison,
Okay.
I have your contact info. We can give you all the setbacks of the buildings on Tower and on Endicott, whatever you.
Well,
I'll send you an
and
email.
you
You tell
know-
me exactly what you want for dimensions. We can give it. to you.
Okay. And Suzanne is concerned about that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was all squared away. And, you know, she couldn't make it today to participate. Okay. So what else do I have here?
Allison, keep in mind that they are going to be here next month also, and the plans may have been changed slightly.
Okay.
So
The more we can find out, the better right now. I mean, I'm willing to hear anything that anyone has to say at this point.
All right. When I first moved here, I was hearing about buildings that were being built and they had to have a New England look. I think your design is beautiful. The mountain to modern, I think, is a neat idea, but I don't see a New England look. I mean, even Cumberland Farms, which to me still doesn't look New England, but they had to change their lighting because it wasn't originally what they agreed on for a
I
more.
believe that was on Union Avenue for commercial buildings. I don't think that applies to residential.
Okay, that wasn't my understanding from a few years ago, but okay. So now I want to talk about Tower as well. I live at the point that it just ends and then you have the last oomph up the hill. So every major truck or delivery truck or anyone that has an old car gets to my house and has to stop and shift and change their brakes or whatever the heck a big truck has to do. And then they start, and the big buses with all the tourists for the leaf peeping and all of that to get up the hill. It's very noisy. It's not anything you people can control. I understand that. I moved there knowing this. The grate by my house is horrible. And then there's two more up on the right that are even worse that you're hearing about. So are you telling me that there's going to be grates on the opposite side of the street now? Even if they're good grates, there's going to be grates on both sides of Tower now.
No, we're not actually changing anything at all on Tower. None of our drainage, our drainage, one piece of our drainage connects into one of them, but it doesn't, we don't drain anything out onto Tower at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said there was going to be a grate outside of one of the supposed entrances.
Gate. We're doing gates on our entrances, like
Uh-huh.
like a lift gate to
Right.
control traffic.
Right. So
Not
we're,
grate.
no, I understand that. Well, I'm talking about a sewer grate, a water, you know, when it rains, the water flows into
We're
the,
tying into the existing sewer main underground and we're tying into a catch basin, but we're not moving any of those structures.
okay.
Yep.
So, between the pedestrians, once again, and these grates and the types of vehicles that are allowed up and down Tower, and the fact that it's the only road that is the main artery from the top Route 3 to the Weirs and back, I just really think it's going to be a horror show. I'm not even talking, I mean, the driveway is going to be facing, that exit is going to be facing my house. I'm just one house down from Porky. I guess I have to live with it. Like he said, what can we do? But except what can be done is for you to sacrifice 6 of your units and put in that cul-de-sac. And just like the Thurston Marine project where Charlie kept saying, just come down 10 feet, just come down 10 feet. Just sacrifice 6 of those houses that Matt had said we would have to sacrifice 6 units to put in a cul-de-sac.
More than 6.
That doesn't make the project feasible.
There won't be a project if it came down to that.
I just think, I just don't know who's going to be responsible for the deaths that are going to happen, and I'm telling you, it's going to happen. So I personally talked to Wes about these grates. He went and took a look at them, and he went and got in his truck and drove away. And 2 months later, I was the one that was in the accident on top of Tower Hill. And I was coming in from Cumberland Farms, and I've done this 1,000 times since I bought my house, and made a left into the condos that are at the top. Stopped, left-hand turn signal, turned in, and I was 3/4 of the way in, and a motorcycle came flying up the hill, which of course I couldn't see because I was much further back from the crest, hit the grate, admittedly said it to the police, lost control of his motorcycle, and then he flew into my vehicle, and then bounced off of it and flew across over to Jim Flynn's front yard. Thankfully, he survived. But this is the type of thing that's happening, and I wasn't even over the crest of the hill yet. When the gentleman that owned the red house that got torn down, that Al Mitchell tore down, that was just beyond Rob's house. You just heard from Rob. One property down. He had a driveway below his house, and he had a driveway above his house, which would have been in between his house and Rob's. He never let his family or friends, and he never parked in the lower driveway, because you cannot see. You're so close to the crest of the hill that as you're pulling out, immediately somebody's going to smash into your vehicle. And when he let me use his driveways when he was gone, he said, please, please do not park in the lower drive, park in the upper drive. My other point is that where you're putting one of those entrances, not the one near Porky's, but the one near mine, because of where it is on the hill, you're turning into a turn from a slanted road. So in the winter, and I have an SUV, I cannot turn into my driveway, especially if I want to pull out for safety reasons because of the traffic on Tower. I have to drive up, because forget driving down the hill in the winter. I have to drive up the hill past my driveway and then put it in reverse and back into my driveway. And sometimes I am stuck sideways moving down the hill. A survey doesn't show you that stuff. I'm just giving you some red flags. It really, really is going to cause a lot of problems. And I think you also have a, Joe Driscoll sent in an email too about those two roads. So I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, we all feel the same way. We've lived there for years, and we're just telling you true life stories. It
Thank you.
really,
Thank you for
really
those
is a huge
comments.
mistake.
Thank you very much for those comments.
Allison, thank you for calling. That was very informative. I was actually curious about winter use. But I believe Matt said he was going to get in touch with.
I will. Yep.
Yeah, so hopefully you'll get some of your concerns addressed. It is a little after 11. I'm just wondering if you were okay with us moving on.
Close the public hearing and.
Well, I don't want to cut her off.
No, our presentation's over. We were just listening. We don't have anything to add.
Oh,
Thank you. We appreciate your
We
time.
appreciate your
We know
time.
it's
Thank
late,
you.
And we're excited to get to the next meeting and address anything that came up tonight.
Perfect.
We'll be discussing a lot of this stuff tomorrow at TRC as well, too.
Does there need to be a motion to continue, Dean?
I'll make the
motion to continue.
So I need to
Next month?
close the
Oh,
public
sorry.
meeting. So we are going to close it at 11:04. And we don't have to hear, okay.
I second Mike.
Yeah. The motion got said.
I'm seconding.
Thank you.
You know what's good? I'm raising my hand for the vote.
And we don't have to have a motion saying to table it until December 1st.
That's what our motion just was.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay.
The
I
first is
thought
a
you were
Wednesday. The
ending
first
the
is a
meeting.
Wednesday.
Seventh.
Seventh.
Oh, December 7th.
December 7th. So
Thank you.
we had a motion that this will be tabled until the 7th. It was seconded by Kurt. And all those in favor?
Thank you very much for hanging in there with us.
You guys.
You guys.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. for hanging in
Good
there.
luck.
That's Pearl Harbor Day. Watch out.
A little matter we have to talk about, I guess.
I think we,
There's one more item to talk about.
that's what I thought. Yeah, this is the Bayside street acceptance for Bayside. Does this need to go to next month or is this a,
This is very easy and very simple. If you give me 30 seconds.
this is a very agreeable board. That's why I haven't fled.
It's Bayside Court is an unaccepted street. We have been negotiating with the property owners in the area. And the plan that you have before you is what everyone has agreed to. What you basically are saying is you agree with this plan and you recommend the city council to accept the street. Then it'll be an official city street and the city will maintain it, et cetera, et cetera.
Is this the driveway into O's?
No.
No, it's the driveway that goes in between the engraving business and what was Madera Manufacturing.
Off of Franklin?
I looked at
Off
that.
of
and
Off of Elm.
Just before Franklin.
Yep, yep.
Over the bridge on the
It
left.
didn't even, it looked like there was only one house there. Is there more than one or?
It goes, the right of way continues into the property that the engraving folks own. But this, with this plan, it's going to end where it's delineated and
Okay.
so that it becomes an accepted city street.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I did something wrong. What?
Refer it to council. I'll make a motion
Refer
to.
That's
refer
what
it
she
to
said.
council. That's what I said.
I still second it.
Okay. Everybody was in
Yeah,
favor.
we're good.
Okay.
We'll let them argue about it.
Exactly.
Apologies, it was so long. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
I'll vote motion to adjourn.
I'll second.